Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So we're starting a little bit late this morning. Um, I enjoyed a nice breakfast and took my time a little bit. So now we're here and we're going to get into this. So, first, like always, I got to tell you, today is March the 17th, 2021. Today is a Wednesday, also. Good morning. That's the most important thing to say. Good morning. I'm going to check out what's moving in the market this morning. I'm going to go through, do a little bit of analysis, and see if I can find if there's anything worth a trade or anything that's looking like it's going to hold its levels into open. I'll let you know. But I got to tell you, this isn't financial advice. Not a licensed professional. This kind of isn't even educational. It's mainly just meant to design to entertain you. So let's get into it. By the way, I'm drinking some delicious coffee this morning. This is from Onyx Coffee. Very, very good. So the first thing that jumps out to me this morning is going to be Huge, what I have up on the screen here. Huge is currently up 59% on the gap scanner. It's got a 16 million share float with a 64 million market cap. And they got some news this morning. Relatively new company, I believe. Yeah, relatively new. End of 2019. They've had some big days early on in their stuff, but obviously that isn't what they're doing now. They had a split 1 to 200. That's yucky. Uh, then they've had some other smaller moves as of recently. They jumped up to 14 back last July, but it's not looking too good for them. Most of these candles are big red days, which buyers don't like to see because it doesn't give them confidence. It's probably why it's only up 53%. Oh, sorry, just got passed up by SSKN. Eskin is flying. So we're going to put Huge on the huge back burner and look at SSKN. Eskin. Oh, they raised 400 million. It's pretty cool. What is their float? Float is 20 million, market cap 60. What's the chart look like? Ugh, kind of yucks too. It's gonna run into resistance up here pretty quickly, so I'm not gonna jump to chase. It's definitely not a chaser. It's got way too much resistance up top. Technically. Technically, it's just ran into all that resistance. So, yeah, it's up a dollar, but its push has to fight through the past couple of days of resistance. So that was a fun experiment. Let's go back to Huge. So, checking out Huge. I need to turn the air down in here too. So, Huge's chart is typically what we like to see. Solid band of consolidation. A nice opening morning range. That's not intraday. Consolidates right through there. So then you have this little band it's creating underneath here, or right there, and right to there. Not even really. That's not even a good enough grouping. That's a good grouping. So if you can build a position, well, shares are dropping. Market just hours I guess, a different time zone. Just checked in, 7 o'clock. So, what do I think is going to happen on this one? Well, we have news. Come on, where's the good one? No, I don't want your web pages to load. I know. There it is. Licensing deal. They got 36 months. They got $500,000. So they jumped up a dollar value because they got funding for like 500,000. It's pretty interesting. I mean, I don't think the stock has traded more than $500,000 this morning. It's kind of interesting that somebody would do that, but you know, that's kind of what it is, right? It's kind of what it is. So SSKN over there is not just faded way off that level. That's why you don't chase these things. I was looking at it just now when it was 290 and it's dropped all the way back down to 245. Look at that 1 minute chart up here. 1 minute chart, it's just like, yeah, we're gonna go up, and then no, we're not. We're just gonna plummet back down. So Huge is on watch for doing some huge things. Not really. I think we're gonna see running into resistance at 410. We'll see an early morning pop. We'll see an early morning pop. There we go. But then we'll run into resistance. What's up, David? How are you, sir? Coffee is good. I didn't get a chance to fix my desk microphone yesterday, so you may see it just kind of peeking in the background. What else we got? Everything is real cheap today, huh? Like a real cheap Wednesday. It's usually we get something in play, but we don't have anything in play right now. Like so let's go through the gappers, right? We have Huge, which is $3.09. We have SKN, which is $2.40. We have IMTX, doesn't have any volume, and it's $13.56. It was just passed up twice by ZCMD, which is $2.16, and then TNXP, which is $1.50. But percentage of gap up, we got 50%, 24%, 20%, 20%, 20%. It's like we're back. We just went from like decent market to crazy slow market overnight. Did something happen in the world that I just don't pay attention to the news? Let me look. Let's see what the major news outlets have to say about life. Got some terrible things happening in Atlanta. And prayers and hearts go out to Atlanta. That's not good. Hail's hitting the south of America. Bunch of hail's coming. What do we got over here? Not seeing any major reason. California has a firework explosion. Oh man, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing anything that would tell us why that the market has slowed down rapidly. So we got Huge dropping back down under 3, which is kind of good because I'm currently building a position in that. What's up, Yunsky? How are you, sir? We have one potential play for the day that obviously, by the looks of it, is going to be super crowded already. It's not looking too good. It's testing its pre-market lows again, which, I mean, it's a good sign if it's gonna bounce, but it's a bad sign if it just drops from here. So I'm looking to see how it holds this bottom band. We're gonna have an issue with it anyways because it went up on 1 minute candle. So I'm really hoping that $3 is the bottom and that traders at least trade this today because there's nothing else in the market to trade. You can see it's got about 2 weeks ago, it had a really big move. So I'm hoping that traders are going to be like, oh, look, I need to do this thing and get up here. But we have this big problem, this super big problem that it died last time it was pre-marketed. So after hours pre-market dies during the pre-market. I have no idea why. It spikes right before the bell and then dies at the bell. So traders are probably going to look at this and be like, what am I touching? I'm going to trade what now? And if you notice, I drew these lines. This is the consolidation of the morning in this blue one. This is the high and the low of the current price action, which if it goes up a little bit, it's going to start running into anybody that traded at pre-market and after hours, and maybe even this day back in the 10th of February. So I am supporting that 303 down there with his very large bid order and going long on it. Very small gains I'm hoping for because there's really nothing else here. I mean, if you guys see something that looks the remote bit interesting, let me know. Let me know. I don't really. I don't think so. I don't think so. Even Huge is struggling to do anything above 305 right now because this is the time all the short sellers come in also, and all the short sellers hit it. Because the short sellers are like, oh, I can short early. This is showing weakness. Let me short. And then they're shorting down here at the bottom, thinking it'll go back where it came from. But if you look at where it came from, it only came from 20 cents. So why would you short it on the backside this low? Because it's not gonna get you 220. It's gonna probably get you to 250. If the clouds part, the rain stops. But I think it's gonna base out here, consolidate. Then I think in about 13 minutes we're gonna see another breed of traders show up, and then 30 minutes from there we're gonna have this back above VWAP. Why? Because there ain't nothing else in the market to trade. And if there ain't nothing else in the market to trade, traders just gonna jump on anything they see. Plus, it's number one leading gapper with 57% gapped up. ONTX. ONTX is too cheap for a long. I mean, too cheap for a short, in my opinion. You can see it's got a history of being a really expensive company that is no longer a really expensive company, according to, I would say, the 2019. And then it's just been fighting down here. It was a little bit more expensive last year, or 2019, but 2020 was kind of a bad year for it. Had this nice pop here, and then you were testing it again here, and then today we tested it again. But the market cap and float on ONTX is 173 million. Float and 22, 20, whatever. Yeah, so Yunsky asked about depositing stimulus checks. Let's pull that up real quick. When will US get stimulus check? Here's when the direct deposits. So would you like to look at CNBC or USA? CNBC because they're at the top of the list. You win. Mart. I don't want to support you. Why would I want to support a company? Have you guys ever wondered that? Why you get a pop-up saying, "Would you like to support us?" No. What? No, you get money from ad revenue. Why would I want to give you more money? That's stupid. Here's when direct deposits of 1,400 stimulus checks will be officially available. Many Americans will be seeing green this March 17th when direct deposits should officially land. Some financial institutions may have funds prior to the date, which leads confusion among people who receive the money. Here's what to know. March 17th. Oh, it's St. Patrick's Day today. That's probably why. Everybody is already drunk. That's why we see a slow day in the market, which is kind of strange. Shouldn't we be seeing green in the market, y'all? If it's St. Patty's Day, should we have green stocks everywhere? I'd like to be green on St. Patty's Day. Wednesday marks the official payday when many Americans receive the $14 stimulus checks, yet some Americans may have the cash already cross their accounts. Mr. Joe gave the government the go-ahead to start sending the checks when he signed this really crappy bill into law last Thursday. The IRS on Friday will be sending out the money. Some Americans may have seen direct deposits pending that. Some organizations say that. Others won't drop here. Talking about the ACH because they just want clickbait. Another pop-up asking to give you money. So starting to send today, I get a check. Some people get a little gift card or whatever. Like technically, it's a gift card, and those are usually the gift card's preloaded just like your ACH deposit is. A check is probably like a month afterwards because they don't really have fast printers to print that many checks that quickly. I mean, it makes sense. So they have a big machine that does it. But looking at ONTX, I just not going to look at it anymore. It's too cheap and it's not doing anything for long. Go back to huge. I did pick up some more shares when it was down here at the bottom just a second ago, and you can see that last little dip it had did not even test the last dip from about 30 minutes ago. So that to me says it's making higher lows. And if it continues to make higher lows, then on this parabolic action, it's not really parabolic because it's a very slow upward kind of stance over here. We could possibly see that this is going to go back to VWAP. And if it gets back to VWAP, at least we're going to probably get it in the 70s, the 80s, percentage-wise. I don't like this forming at the top here, but it does need a 1-minute pullback. So as long as we hold the last breakout spot of about 307, we should be okay for another retest of continuing to go up. But we just had a lot of little green candles in a row. I say a lot of little because that's a lot of little green candles in a row. I'm going to mainly be focusing on the 5-minute chart because even volume, I mean, volume's not bad though. Like that's the crazy part, right? So we're sitting with volume on it at 8.2 million shares, which to say that we had something like that in November this early in the morning was not even possible. Like, do you remember, guys? You remember November? We didn't have that, and that was a slow season. Technically, I don't think we had that in December either. You'd have to pull that up on his math and his numbers stuff. But well, there was the bad thing. We just cracked under 307. It's gonna hold 36. I don't probably it was 1 cent off. That's pretty. Oh, he just got taken out. A whole bunch of people just got filled up on 307. But 306 got a line, got a wall of little guys at 306. Good job, little guys. Keep going. I may join you. Maybe. Maybe. If 308 gives out, I'll have to join you. Didn't give out. They're going strong. Got a wall of sellers. Baby wall of sellers. You know, we're either going to have no news or we're going to have some giant step over here and just take this thing up. And when I say take it up, I mean run into resistance at 4 and create a 420 stock on a Wednesday and dump it. But today, everybody may be going and getting green vodka, because who drinks green beer? That's gross. Especially when it's bubbly. I'm going to pick up a little more here because I think it will go to a little bit higher when people show up. But I really want to also have room to add if it goes lower as well. So I have to kind of balance those two. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. So I hurt my knee yesterday. I know you guys care about my knee. That's why I started the stream a little late. And it didn't really matter because there's nothing going on here to warrant me being here super early. Ooh, interesting. Interesting, though, even though I said I don't want to look at it. My level 2 is showing me that there's a 20,000 buyer sitting at 120 on ONTX. ONTX had news yesterday. Didn't have a refresh today. Interesting. I'll keep that one over there. IMTX is now taking third place again. They've had a nice little bop-a-dop-a-dop. Next presents data update on dose. Let's see. Hematix presents data update on dose escalation from ongoing ACT engine cell therapy programs. The first anti-tumor activity observed in heavily pre-treated solid cancer patients during early phases of dose escalation. What? What? First anti-tumor activity observed in a heavily pre-treated solid cancer patients during early phases of dose escalation. So when they first did more doses in a patient that had a whole bunch of other work done, they saw something that resembled anti-tumor events. Yeah, that was hard. That was really hard. I don't like it. I don't like the news. Tumor shrinkage observed in 8 out of 10 patients, including one partial response consistent with robust biological activity of infused T-cell products. So out of 8 of the 10 people that was pre-treated for tumor cancers, they saw some anti-tumor things happen when they upped the dose on pre-treated test patients. Treatment emergent adverse events were transient and manageable. So there were complications. Hey, look, Houston and Germany, super cool. Tübingen, I don't know. Okay, well, I mean, it's kind of too expensive for me to even like talk about long term. I don't like that news piece. Like if it was people that didn't have pre-existing treatments, I mean that would be probably so much better than people that didn't. I think they can't quantify. They can't quantify the stuff on it. So, what are you guys looking at? Oh, sorry for the stretch. This coffee is delicious, and it's like just running through my blood, which is kind of a weird statement. But oh, what are you guys looking for? Let me look. Anybody in chat? David's laughing at me. Yoon says it takes a few days. I know you canceled that thing. Hey, we got 4 people watching. Thanks for watching, y'all. Do me a favor. Click that little like button to give me some thumbs up so I feel special about myself for being here so early. At least today I'm not yawning. I should have 4 thumbs up for not yawning. Yesterday and what is today? Today's Wednesday. So yesterday and Monday I was yawning the whole time because I started so early. I was like, man, this is nutso. And then what's the other thing I was supposed to say, Yunsky? I don't remember. Anyways, back to what we're doing. Back to huge. So check this out. So that dip down there, like I was talking about just a second ago, there's no, it did it. It came down. Hey, look at this 1 minute chart. New lows again, new lows again. So it did have its 1 minute pullback. It did go under 307, 307 went down to 306 for a second there. I did pick up 500 more shares on it, just building my base of a position. It's going to continue building. Every time it goes down a little bit low, I'll just even add more and more and more and more. Target is going to be the spot at probably where I would want to short it at if I was a short seller, which I am a short seller, so I will short this. So looking for I don't know, just looking to see what happens. You know, if we get another news piece that shows up and we get a solid runner out the gates and it takes away the attention and everybody goes loco crazy and jumps on there and runs it up, then obviously it won't go as high. But potentially we saw consolidation. At 323, so I think that's the first hurdle we need to get back to you know play with. And then I think 343 is going to be a struggle, which the half dollar typically is a struggle. But if we do that, then we can possibly see 380. So got an 80-cent possibility. So that's why I'm just stacking a lot of shares because it's cheap. It's not going to go to the moon. We have a lot of resistance on the daily. Oh my darling. Look at this. Look at this resistance. We're just going to run into August. We've already broken down December. We got to fight February's numbers, which 8 million at 7:30 in the morning, estimated 100 million, 120 million volume. Not gonna knock out these candles back to back to back, so we're gonna get hung up in this day here. But I've already showed you on the 5 minute that that day was pre-market, anyways. So we're gonna have to see something crazy happen, which is possible. I mean, nothing else is happening here. We got another attack on huge, which is cool. Coming down here again, 307. See, it's just gonna hold support now at 305. It's a lot of people sitting there. A lot of shorts hitting it already. You can tell when there's shorts. Okay, David says, all I'm doing is looking up what you're calling out and learning from what you're teaching. No trades for me today. And Yoon says, exactly. An important ability to learn is when to not trade. That's right, Yoon. It's very good. I'm going to say that again. Exactly. An important ability to learn is when not to trade. I need some more commas in that for punctuation to say that properly. And I can't say it with a solid accent either. So let's jump real quick because I don't want to continue staring at this on the big screen because it makes no sense when it's moving a penny up and down. Let's look at GME real quick. The reason why I want to look at GME is because it did some stuff yesterday. And it's important to know why it did some stuff. So this had its run again. Last week it started its upward momentum, and this is when it was getting hype from the diamond hands people. And actually, what was really happening is there was a buyer that was buying, that was buying, that was buying, that was buying, and you saw him start to sell off up here at 330. So this created a panic. Actually, panic's not a proper word. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We have to. There's this. So it broke out of consolidation in the pre-market. Talking about GME real quick. What's interesting is that it starts going up and it starts firing off all the gap scanners, and you start seeing these really big candles, and a lot of traders jump on it, taking it long because they're like, "Oh, it's gonna go up." And basically, the whole reason of why it was going up is because there was a couple people that had some massive amount of long share positions. So they took it up because the float was really low, and then they just dropped it on the market. Um, and to my knowledge, the one that I saw, I don't think they got rid of all their shares. I think it got too cheap before they were able to sell everything, and they stopped because there's no point in breaking even on when you have billions of dollars. So what I saw is I saw a massive order hit the market for 330 and just caused this flush because it doesn't matter who was buying at what price, they didn't have enough money to buy a million shares. Somebody else was selling a million shares because the price point was a good sell point. So it crashes down, crashes down, crashes down. They take their order off because they're going to crash it back down to under 100, and then it would be a really big panic, and everybody would lose money. So they stopped. And when they stopped, a bunch of smaller longs or even shorts knew that and jumped on the long train and took it back up to next consolidation level, which is very important with the consolidation level, which was the after hours in the previous day. So you can see from just that it didn't crack under that support levels, and it didn't even crack under the day before levels. So as it consolidated and continued to go through, zoom out and see it better. You can see that that guy or girl or fund or whatever alien wanted to dump their shares still because it doesn't make sense for them to continue to hold them if it's not going to go back up. Like it kind of tried to go up here and then it's running into this resistance spot again. Goes back down. It tries to go up here and it's running into this consolidation level of all these people that were buying out. See, if you just look at the chart, you can see what's really going on. So it consolidates, and then the morning happens, and then this person's like, okay, done. This has been 3 days. I'm sick of it. I want to get rid of my shares. I want to go take my private jet to my private island for my private helicopter ride. So that's what they did. And then boop, you can see the massive volume, just sells it off. Somebody tries to come back here and buy it, dip buyers buying it up, and they don't want it. They just wanted to make a quick couple dollars a share and be done. So what they do? They dumped it back onto the market and they dropped it back down. So then it flushes back down and it kind of does a little dippy here. And then everybody that was late dip buyers that was holding diamond hands, they became paper hands, and paper hands shred and burn fast. So then they started falling again. So if you just look at the range from yesterday, you're sitting at 280 something down to 200. Can we do that math real quick, y'all? Almost 30%, more than 30, no, yeah, almost 30% loss in a day. Crazy, right? If you're seeing something that's trading 30% in a day, why would you want to hold this multi-day? like, like just burr. Unless you got in at like 40, I'm sorry, even that was dumb. Unless you got in at $5, you could still be holding. Like that would be an idiot too, because I would have sold out at 500 and I had it at $5 because whatever. But diamond hands do your diamond hands things. Goes down, comes back up, consolidates again, still here. So what's it going to do today? Who cares? You have, see, you have 100 shares you can throw at this. You have $20,000 you want to put on the line for this to maybe make $10 a share or maybe lose $10 a share in 5 seconds. That's what that does. All right. Pull up AMD because nothing else is moving. Nothing else has shown up. That's not even worth my while. AMD selling off pre-market. Very strange. They've had another nice little run off this low down here. They almost touched back into the 70s, which is very scary for them. Shouldn't have done that. So they had some good days. It was a nice little run back up. And then for whatever reason, pre-market this morning has just dropped them off. They always have news. They always have good news too. And it's like they don't have a good promoter, I guess. ZCMD is showing up. They have a contract with China. Wait, I can't say this. I don't want to butcher it. Mr. renews contract with China Association of Health Promotion and Education and GlaxoSmithKline, Shanghai. Healthcare service company offering patient management online health care information, professional training, educational services. They offer basically everything online. Announced that it's renewed partnership with China Association. Medical program preliminary. Multidisciplinary treatment model for pulmonary hypertension and improved doctors' ability to solve clinical problems during 2023. Okay, cool. So they renewed a contract. Contract renewal. Contract renewal is sometimes a good catalyst, and sometimes it's a junky catalyst. They are up 54%. They have taken the lead away from our boys at Huge. Come on. How are you taking it away from Huge? Where's the huge love? Where's the huge hugs? People. Oh, anything else? Let's see. TNXP is way cheap. Gross. I mean, solid company. They had news, vaccine efficiency news. Tonic, sorry. Toxic shouldn't be the name of a vaccine company, should it? ARAV. I mean, it blinked up here. They have news. Why did it blink up here and no one did anything with it? Let's look. Has this massive gap fill. That would be nuts. So you can fill that. What's off float? Float is 11 million. Market cap 140 million. How much resistance are we going to run into if we do that? We got to get to 19. Oh, we got a nasty day right there. Dang. 100 and nope, 15 million. Bummer sauce. Well, I think it would have stood a chance, especially with today of all days with nothing else going on. If it can $15, ooh, you'd have to get a lot of attention quick. What are you at now? 8 something? I don't think there's enough greedy people on this morning to do that. Yeah, you're at 825. You're gonna have to first hurdle is even getting over 30,000 times 8. It's 250,000. So this is a millionaires can play. Millionaires can play this. I can't because I'd have to just be on the hangout squad. Thank you for the 2 likes. Appreciate it. That's 2 likes. I'm going to use these fingers because these fingers are pointing at you. And then I'll switch to these fingers. Thanks. Yeah, there's no sense of charting this out because the volume's just not there, so it doesn't even make sense to kind of waste your time thinking about it. Basically, we're in a holding pattern for another 17 minutes, I would say. See if we get some stuff showing up on the gap scans. Let's look at my new boy, Roblox. Yo, 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 if you bought into this Roblox. Yeah, Coinbase files to sell. What? What is this news? I'm going to read this one for sure. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stop it, Kramer. I don't want to hear your no. No. No, I don't care. Okay. Corn. Oh, stop it. What? Can you not go away, please? Y'all. Like, really? Don't mind this guy's face. Sorry. Coinbase files to sell 115 million shares in direct listing IPO. Okay, Coinbase. I've been seeing a lot of the advertisements on YouTube lately, and it's they are the largest cryptocurrency brokerage in the U.S. Not in the world, in the U.S. They're going to sell 150 million shares at initial public offering that could value the company more than 100 billion. What? Some numbers you have to just look at people when they say things and you're like, huh? You're, you? You don't even own cryptocurrency. You're a brokerage and you think you're worth $100 billion? In an amended S1 filing, the Securities and Exchange Commission, Coinbase said it plans to sell up to 150 million shares as part of its NASDAQ direct listing. Coinbase will list on the NASDAQ with the ticker COIN. When Coinbase said low and high sales prices of Class A's and B's private chain first quarter were 200 and 375 respectively, with a with a VWAP of $342. No. No. However, the company cautioned the recent trading prices and private transactions may have little or no relation to the company's opening. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Um, Coinbase quickly has become one of the better known exchanges for trading Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other so called non fiat currencies. You know why? Because they've been funneling all of the money into marketing. That's why. And it's not because they're the best, or they have the best platform, or the most people are using it. It's only because they've had a new user increase. Like how do you calculate this information? It's by data. Better is one of the better known. How are they better known? Because they are better marketers. If they're better marketers, what does that mean? Okay. San Francisco-based company has raised some $500 million from early-stage private investors last round, which raised a third of $1 billion. Woo! The 2018 valued Coinbase at $8 billion. Investors include I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, and I don't care. Bitcoin, meantime, continues to trade well above 55,000, right? But what does this have to do with my Roblox? Why is this on my Roblox news source? Because its title was in there? Very nice. So the CBO, Chief Business Officer Donato, Donato, Don Donato, or is it Donato? Which one is it? Don Donatu? Donatu? Maybe I don't know. I can't say that. Officer. He purchased 25,000 shares. He now owns 1.53 million shares directly. Wow. That guy believes in his company, y'all. Like, this, I like it. We should all buy more Roblox stock. Oh, wait, it's descending. Buy more. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I mean, I'm going to buy more if it's a red day. It's not a red day. I missed my ad yesterday because I was too busy doing other stuff. So it was kind of sad. My boy Yunski goes, "Hey, did you get your ad on Roblox?" No, I didn't. I didn't because I was too focused on other stuff. Speaking of other stuff, did you see what SSY did? Did you see? But did you see? So SSY ripped out the gates, right? I sold my stuff for a nice little profit here. Took my first short, Was wrong. Got a little bit squeezed on my stop, waited, came back in, average 620 or 720. Dope ad, super cool. Added full size here, wrote it down, bumpity bump. I sold it all here. After I sold it all, was done for the day. Look at this. This is one of those double humpback doobie doobs, Yunsky. But the most important thing that I found out for this, yep, Huge is doing huge things. It's approaching VWAP. I'll fly back over there. David said huge. I got you, bro. I got you, my bro. It's got a breakthrough VWAP at 323. I'm watching it on a smaller screen over here because it has had its surge of volume. So we need to see it pop through that with strength. Pretty happy with my average, but I still want to see that crack through VWAP. I'm not even full size. I didn't add enough down there. Technically enough, but I was really wanting to add under 3. Again, each pullback, each one of these 5-minute pullbacks was making higher lows. See? Boop, boop, boop. There was your first baseline. There's your second baseline. Third. And now we should see support at the $12. Is that what I'm marking out? Let's just put a little line. Let's put a little line here. We got a boopity boop, boopity boop, and boopity boop, 13. We should see pull back to 13. Unless we get a giant surge of about 500,000 squeezing whoever shorted it out here, because someone shorted it, to pop it up. Why? Because that's what a noob would do. That's what I would do. So we should see a pullback to 13 because that short didn't get stopped out. Looks like that short even added into his position. The reason why I can tell you is it's not an actual seller. It's because it's still above where the consolidation level was. So they wouldn't be selling out for a 5-cent gain. They'd still be holding, people. Hopefully this is going to form an ABCD pattern and not a fake out on the breakout. Because if it's a fake out on the breakout, then that ABCD won't transform itself. However, because we're playing with such low cost stock, you could see a big dude show up with 1 million shares and be like, I want to play, and then throws in his money. But I see Yoon called it drop to 30 on SSY. So the important thing that I found out yesterday, Yunsky, if you're still listening, I don't even know if you're still listening. You could have left. Could have been like, F you, Ben, I'm going to go do my pull-ups. But anyways, David, the biggest thing I learned yesterday is 3 different levels that I'm going to start marking out to see how they play. Pre-market highs, pre-market consolidation, and pre-market lows. Basically, the best one is pre-market lows. The very rare one, like a solid gold Pikachu, is breaking pre-market lows. But the average is going to be pre-market highs. The follow-up being testing, if you're lucky, pre-market consolidation. Those are 2 things that I learned yesterday that I am going to start charting out on anything. Oh, my knee's solidly sore, man. He's not online. I think he went to the gymnasium, also known as his patio. Well, we consolidate closer to VWAP here for 7 minutes, and there is no news of anything else. We should see a pop above. So I'm going to keep up huge on the charts real quick. Like this. Like this. So you can see the pattern it's making. The 10-second is one of my favorites. Just really pretty. And then we have these daily levels over here. And then, while we're hanging out, appreciate the hangout session, y'all. Gonna see what Zach sent me for this audio. He sent me, what did he send me? Oh, it's an MP3. Hopefully it's not terrible bad. How do I want to open this file? I don't know. I have no idea. Windows Movie Player? I don't care. Just play the freaking song. Oh, this is fire, Zach. Good job. I like this. Super dope. I don't even know if y'all can hear this. Let me see. If I put this, come back, no! You know in Windows you can shake your mouse around on all the screens and it minimizes every one of your windows? That's a cool thing. That's a really cool feature until you have like a stock program that has maybe 12 windows open at one time and everything minimizes, so you have to go back through and click all of them to get them to reopen. It's probably another way to do that, but I just haven't Googled it to figure it out. Sorry, give me a second. Is that all of them? Close. Okay, so now I want to put this over there. And then I want to open up this on this screen. And then, nope. This button. And then I should be able. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some music to the hold screen and I'm going to go make some more coffee. Actually, I'm going to add the music to hold screen, hang out with y'all real quick for about 4 minutes, and then nothing pops up, then go make some coffee because Huge is going to go at that point. So you move the screen to here. Yeah, I'm still here though. Sitting in the background. We're gonna add a capture. And we're gonna add, this is gonna be how loud is that, David? How loud is that, David? I don't think the background music is in here. I think it's just over here. Yeah, okay. So I don't think it's here for y'all to hear. I'm gonna pause it. Okay. Oh, we lost Discord. Come back, Discord. There we go. Yeah, Huge needs to get over the VWAP to really stop popping. It's got to break through It's got to break through that 23 level with some charge. And the 23 level is consolidation, and just so happened that the VWAP has lined up extremely tight with that consolidation level. So what we're going to see here now is a bunch of stuttering, bunch of stagnant, just grinding motion. So I'm just trying to be waiting patiently. We got 47 seconds to a news cycle, so we're going to see if anything newsworthy gets released, and I think we're going to be okay at that point. Weird. All right. Cool, man. Thank you. Thank you for the sound. Yeah, no worries, man. Do your thing. Do your thing. All right, 2 minutes have passed, and there's no news popping off here, which is not cool. Um, Bummer, y'all. It's gonna be a kind of a slow day. I hope it's a nice day where you guys are at and you're not locked inside, uh, covered in oil. Just kidding, bro. But no, it's not doing anything. Like we had a flash of just off the book orders that came down and was sitting here at huge is still at 318, 319. Interested when it cracks through that 325. That makes the new 1 minute candle make a new high. And after that, it should go up. Oh, here we go. We got Timber popping up. Let's see what Timber's doing. TMBR, Timber Pharmaceuticals. Hiccup, 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 because my body wants some coffee. Whew. Timber Pharmaceuticals, massive little jump up there from 218 to 260. Hit the Momo scanner. But what's the news? So in 2019, Timber entered in license development with AFT for some type of drug. Under its agreement, Timber is entitled to receive a significant percentage of the economics, royalties and milestones. It doesn't say what they're doing or why they're even Licensing agreement. They have a licensing agreement. Okay. Blue skies are at $1,400. So obviously we're not going to have a superstar stock here. This is kind of like just noise going down. So we're gonna zoom this thing in, slide down here, and we're gonna see, could we do anything with this? No, no. Last time it ran a couple of days ago, it got up to like 378, 365-ish, but that was hitting consolidation from early 2020. So it fell back down to almost to where it came from. And I don't think it's going to be able to do too much. It has that solid 365 resistance level. It's currently trading at 250, 260, which is a pullback off of its rush to 270 based upon some boo-boo sauce news. It's only gapped up 20%. St. Patty's Day is literally not doing so hot today, is it? Bet you people are already drinking because they work from home. It's America. You know, I haven't had a drink, Yunsky, since November. I had to think about this. It was November or October? Maybe October. The last time I had a glass of wine. Yeah, last time I've had vodka. Summertime. No, no. Year. 2 years? 2 years. 2019. St. Patrick's Day is European, right? I thought St. Patrick's Day was actually Vietnamese, but now that you're questioning that, I'm not 100% sure. I thought you would know. Aren't you both European and Vietnamese? Oh, St. Patrick's Day. History. Oh, it's the patron saint of Ireland. Ireland. So isn't that like part of your stuff? Like we talked about yesterday with the British Isles? Shouldn't he was kidnapped at the age of 16? What? Hold on. That's not cool. How's a 16-year-old kidnapped? That's not cool. He escaped but returned. About 432 convert to the Irish. Wow. So he was kidnapped in the 4th century and then taken to Ireland as a slave to teach them about Jesus. You can't be sarcastic with your British humor while texting. I don't get it. I'm sorry. It's not British. It's European. Your European humor. See, I can be sarcastic because you can see my eyes. 310 back on huge. Huge is going down because timber is getting the same the same silly people that are thinking it's going to go somewhere without looking at the charts and just saying, oh, it's momentum. And it's not momentum. And good news, huge is having massive volume and I'm still green on it. So that means I'm still looking to add. You test back down here again, back closer to my average underneath 3, and I'll definitely add on you. But if we still continue to make these higher lows, then we're in a good shape. We're in a good shape. What is the good shape to be in? Green. Is green a shape? Green is a shape. Green is a shape. It's the shape of my heart. It's also the shape of St. Patrick's Day. All right, y'all. I'm gonna make some new coffee. Some more coffee. I suggest y'all take this break too to go stretch, do 100 push-ups, and make some coffee at the same time. So stand on your hands, use your feet to make the coffee while doing handstand push-ups. It's very good for the body and very good for the mind before you start trading. I'll be back in probably about 21 minutes to see what the 8:30 thing happens, but I'm gonna put on some hold music to see if this thing works well, and I'll catch you guys in a minute. All right, I'm back. I know you missed me and you're excited to hear my voice again and sad that the lo-fi music's gone, but I'm sorry. We got to get into it. We had something else happen while I was gone. GLG, Good Luck Gamer. It's not really called that, but it's GLG is the ticker and it's TD Holdings. So, good luck gamers. Let's see what they're doing today. Letter of intent with a really Chen's who? Ding Mei for copper ore in Kazakhstan. Cool. That's a cool company. They do digging? Question mark. Let's find out. 64 million share float, 160 million market cap, income negative $3.4 million. Sorry, having to message somebody. I want to make sure I answer those questions. All right, so don't like them. Don't like them. GOG, not really feeling it. It's Chinese industrial company, rentals and leasings. It looks like of copper ore, so I don't like it. Huge is still hugely better. It's holding consolidation at 308, which is pretty interesting because it redid its consolidation zone to under 323. So still jelly. Um, I'm not really sure it's going to go down much, and I'm not really sure it's going to go up much. ZCMD is trying to take attention, but see, the problem with ZCMD is that people aren't paying attention to is the actual float and market cap. So let's pull it up again so I can explains you what I mean. So ZCMD is 12 million, insider owned 37%, 35 million shares of 35 million market cap, right? Now, I didn't like this earlier because it was under 250 and I was a wee bit wrong on the position of the long, but it looks like any time they've gone up, they've sold off drastically. So $3 looks like to be a pretty rough spot for it. So it's at 330 right now. It's next, well, I mean, it's going to get blue skies here. Oh, let me see if my friend can send me the SEC. So now that we have that daily, let's look at the 5 minute. 5 minute, don't mind this candle. So we went up, we came down. Some new buyers stepped in, took it up, and it brought it down. $3 level, right? Orange, $3 level, yeah. What was this one? 250, 275, close enough, 25 cents. Take a sip. Is this coffee still too hot? Still too hot. Okay. And PM high so far has been 337-ish, 336-ish. I don't like the chart. I know this is just the noise chart that isn't real, but I just don't like that pull back drastically where it came from. It's like, oh no, we got to do it again, and they did it again, and then it's just not going to where to where it's not going much of anywhere. I mean, if it breaks 350 with some force, I'll probably then go long on it, but it's got to break 350. It's got to break out of this next consolidation zone. Huge is getting attention back here again down to 307. Huge is dropping a little bit before the bell. My other computer decided to go to sleep on me because it didn't like that I didn't touch it for 20 minutes. So needy. So my other monitor turned off. Let me flip to this over here. Let me change this to over here. Go. Stand by, please. There we go. Let's do this. This mouse. Nope, this mouse. Push this button. Okay. Well, I'm kind of upset that my tests are taking longer than I expected them to, but it's okay. Sometimes tests take longer to come to fruition, right? And I really wish I had some better things to tell y'all this morning, but huge is still coming in right down to this new consolidation point of 307. So that tells me that there's somebody sitting there that's buying it and catching all the sellers. Yeah, there he is. 27,000 shares on the level 2 asking at 306 with people are bidding and trying to sell it at 307 with another 20,000 shares. But there's more buyers and there are sellers sitting there showing them their colors. So hopefully those guys will stop fighting and just one of them will do something. I don't know who's trying to short this or why are you trying to sell it if you see that many people trying to buy it. I don't know. I still believe we're going to get a test of a VWAP because it has news. First off, it was the first leading gapper, now second leading gapper. It's held its consolidation pretty substantially all morning long. So I think it's going to do something. Doing something, moving at least 20 cents, but it hasn't moved at least 20 cents in the past 30 minutes. So I don't know. What are they doing up here? We have an IPO today. We have IMTX that was in the gap scanner earlier. We have, oh, there's a new one. CVU. What are you doing, CVU? You can replace ZCM. CVU. CVU is $1.50 up, constantly trailing up. CPI Aerostructures, they make planes, it sounds like. Something to do with the air. CVU. 11 million, 44% institutional owned, 58 million market cap. So active float roughly 6-7 million. They received a follow-up order from Lockheed Martin for $9.2 million. Very nice. Wait, did you see that? Lockheed Martin gave them an order for $9.2 million. Now, their sales, I'm guessing year to date, or last year, was 84 million. So one Lockheed Martin order is 10% of their annual income. So it looks like they do one contract a month because in February they received an $8.7 million order from the Air Force. In October of last year, they got a $1.4 million from Turkish Aerospace Industries. So this appears to be a typical thing that they do. Follow-up order from Lockheed Martin last June for 1.2 million. So that's their news. This is their typical news catalyst. They typically drop news about orders and stuff and things. But we do have this gap fill that it did. We're getting down back. Huge is getting back down to the threes. Still with 14 million shares of volume. Crack that 3, and I'm going to take some more shares. Unless you had some news of some offering that I didn't see quick enough. Let me look. Excuse my hiccups. No, they did not. Okay, back to CVU. Looking for my ad on HUGE. I'd love for you to test 293 again. That'd be super dope cool. All right, we got, so on CVU, I'm gonna chart this one out. What was our float? Float was roughly 6 million, so it's not bad. Market cap is 60 million, so it's not bad. It just popped up on the scans. It's up 36%, which is nothing to write home about. It's been doing the same news that it usually does. There's a gap down fill that it could hit if it's 643 flush to 575. Consolidation from the first half of 2020 was 50 cents between $6.50 and $7. You got some massive resistance up right around 850 that runs into the consolidation from October of 2018. And everything else, you're looking like it's pretty old, but it could still potentially behave nicely. Consolidation is 10, 1150, 1250. All right. Looks like Huge is holding 3. Gonna wait a second before I add. See if any of those buyers start coming out. I mean, sellers. A whole bunch of sellers sitting on level 2. Whole bunch. Whole bunch. But we still got big buyers sitting there too at level 2. And they're being whittled down, so I'm going to add. I really like my average now. Big fan, big fan. Big fan of my average. Big fan of support down here on level 2. I'm not thinking this is going to do a lot, but I am thinking that it's going to do something. CVU's already gone. It's going to fade down. It's under 6. Oh, see that 643 just gave way to that 620 pretty quickly. Told you as soon as that thing was going to crack down, it would just flush back down. Needs to catch support here at, what level is that? 620. Is it going to stay with support? Let me see. Consolidation. Definitely not. It's $6 already. Bummer. You know, this has potential though of being, I don't know, bottom feeder, dip puncher, short bus strategy. I don't know. I don't know right now. It's gonna catch support at 575, but then you're dealing with this solid 2020 red death from, what day was that? 2/14. So February 14th all the way down to March 23rd until it found its bottom. So yeah, looking at about a month of just pure destruction. So I don't know. I don't know. Hold on one second for me. Ugh, computers. Don't you don't like it when technology doesn't work right for you? Something's not sounding right, so I gotta fix something. There we go. All right, so now we push this button, And then where's my little controller for the lights so the lights don't look ridiculous. Okay, there's that. Why is my audio not working? There we go. We'll just do this. All right. I need this to go on this screen. And I'm going to rotate this to this. Could go here. I'll pull up this thing. Yeah, and then I'll do this. There we go. Like that. All right. So 295 just cracked down. 296. That's where we're sitting at with huge right now. So let's look to see what it does at 293, which is the low of this little support thing here. Still got massive volume, so not too concerned. This is obviously early shorts hitting it. There's a big seller. There's a big seller I wanted to see. Hello, Mr. Seller. We want your shares on the market, please. He's going to be taken out. See him, 295, 40,000 shares. People are early morning shorting, early morning selling, panicking. Built their position too high with their average, so now they're cutting it, making it drop further. Selling it to the real big buyer down there at the bottom. Today is still a good day already. Whoops, this is distraction. All right, what do we got? What do we got? David, I'm not seeing anything, my man. I am not seeing anything else popping up. CVU kind of made a splash, but it very quickly splashed away. And it's only up 20%, so something only up 20%, it could consolidate here all day and just go sideways and on the low volume and just not be cool. Just not be cool. So ZCMD is the one that just continues to push upwards. But it's 350 would be what I want to see. Huge, I'm expecting to be one of my favorite plays, so I'm just going to hold this until about 10:30, unless it crashes below 240, and that's way far away. But yeah, thinking about adding down here, seeing if somebody else kicks in to jump up here. But we got this really big seller that's just pushing it down right now, so all these red candles back to back is going to provide a reversal situation, and I just want to make sure I time the reversal situation properly. No sense in being early on it and messing up your average. Oh, here we go, ZCFD. Let's look at you again. Broke out of pre-market high, 336. It broke out, 337. See, I don't have a lot of faith in this taking it too long. I think traders are just trading it because it's up 84% compared to huge that's up 42%. Huge has lost too much of its gain currently for me to short it at $3 right now. It needs to get some more range before I would want to short this, preferably 360. Let's see how much shares are to locate. $2, I'm sorry, 2.5 cents a share on huge to locate. That's about average. No low floats are really running today. All these floats are kind of like medium-sized floats. Huge's float is showing at 30 million, so it hasn't even rotated once. Yep. 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 I don't know. Today may be just a really quick, short, small red day, which I'm fine with. Or it could be a solid, really good green day. I'm good with that too. Um, Either way, as I sit right now, I'm not too excited about anything, really. Do you guys see anything that's exciting? Like, because the float is much bigger on huge than typically we like to see, it's not going to move fast either direction, which is a good thing. As long as we can base out here at 2 and go curl back up to 3 and approach back up there, then I think we're on a better track to get a potential short after 9:45, 10:30ish. But as it sits right now, it has to start moving, and there's a lot of sellers trying to sell out at 3 on it. AREC. AREC is running as well, but it's on SSR, and I don't like trying to trade SSR stocks. SSR stands for short sale restrictions. Something as a short sale restriction, short sellers have to sell on the ask so everyone can see their size. It's a 1 million share float on AREC. Market cap is 153 million. Insider owned is 31%. I think we looked at AREC a while ago, didn't we? Didn't we? Yeah, we did. We did. What did we determine back then? We determined something. I don't remember what we were looking at, but gotta have a lot of upwards resistance on it. Didn't do anything and it was consolidating at the top and it fell off. I think I traded this and lost on it a couple times because of the float. Do you remember Yunsky? If we traded this one? I don't know if he's still watching. Oi, there was a punch down. Huge just hit 290. That's the lowest it's been all morning. Very nice. Very nice shorts. I'm excited. I'm excited for you to get squeezed at the bell because you know it's going to happen. You hope it doesn't. You hope it doesn't, but you know it is. My stop is way, way, way lower for my loss of the day. So keep on going. I'll just re-add. Waiting. Waiting to see where you base out at, where the dipper's coming at. Guy's trying to dump all of his shares into the market and he's fluctuating the price down. Someone didn't want to hold this much longer. Mm-hmm. Is that your bottom? Not yet. Not yet. Oh, there it was. 120,000 buyer. That finished it off. 126,000 share buyer at $2.90. That is a lot. I'm sorry, 126,000. 126,000. Right? No, 1.26 million. This is 1,000. It's 126,000. There we go. Sorry, 126,000 times 2 is $250,000. So some massive buyer just purchased a whole bunch at $2.90. So I will go ahead and purchase a little bit more. Not that much because I don't trust the company that much. But AREC, it's a super low float. Um, History of selling off and not doing weird things. So I don't really trust it. I mean, I don't trust it as a short. I won't touch it as a short. Let me be honest with you. I ain't gonna touch it as a short. As a long, it's stuttering too much with a float of a million, so it should be doing something other than nothing like it is doing. So, not touching that. Take it off my list. Huge, huge found a curl down here. It has a big 50 share buyer at 286 and a 30,000 share seller at 288. Let's see who wins the fight. So, where I'm located today is not an ideal spot to try and listen or learn. I will be reviewing this when I get home tonight. FOMO just making me want to quit this stuff. No, bro, keep your job. Keep your job, keep your income. You gotta keep that income coming in, my man. You can't get rid of it until you can surpass it with day trading. And your part-time day trading pays you the same as your day job does. That's the time to then make the switch, but consistently make that money. So month after month you're making the same amount of money as your day job. Then you can be like, all right, well, I'm making this much money here. I know that I'm going to take a little hit because I'm not going to have two incomes, but don't don't just jump into that feet first, man. I don't advise unless you're able to live at home or your wife's like a trust fund baby or you know good stuff like that. Um, what's going on over here? We got AMC on SSR that's running. I'm gonna go look at this real quick. No one's paying attention to this. It's like a sleight of hand trick over here. AMC just decided to run up 50 cents. 1280 to 325. 10-second charge. It's going away. Where you going? Where you going? Just running. Where are you going though? So like seriously, where are you going? Gonna go get me a hot dog? I don't eat meat. 1350. Oh, you could try and take that level. Okay, AMC is a short today. Mm. Mm-mm-mm. 30 minutes to the bell. Looks like I don't have Yunski at the open with me again. What do we got here? 331 and 426. Yeah, that's what I think too. Mm. Oh, I'm a liking this above a 323. I want to see huge, do some huge things. I don't think it's going to happen though. I think we lost that $3 fight, but I'm not willing to cut my losses yet because I'm still within the acceptable range. Actually, I'm not even within a danger range yet. What do you got over here? Let's check out AREC. No, see, it's just gonna. Sorry, not AREC. ZCMD. These are gonna be hard ones. ZCMD is jumping down. ZCMD. Is that the right ticker? Yeah. 308 was that support level. Everyone's fighting on ARC because they don't understand that they're running into a wall of resistance. So the sell-off is holding pretty well right now on huge at 285. So I don't think we're gonna see much action today. I think we're gonna see some flatline stuff and little pops and drops, and most people are taking the day off because it's a holiday technically. So yeah, man, I feel you. Still a thought. Still a thought. It's hard to work and learn at the same time. It's hard to do. It's hard to do two things properly at the same time. So the things I have on watch are ECMD, ARC, and Huge. Huge is the only one that has a solid plan attached to it. AMC market cap's too big to really move a lot for me, and I'm just not really excited about it. Not really excited about any of these. Like, there's not much range. "29 minutes to the bell." We're seeing Huge already push itself down here, so I'm thinking at the bell we're going to see a dip down to 260, and then we're going to see a and then a boop, and then a short squeeze happen on it because shorts fired off at $3. You can tell by those candles. Shorts alongside with those big sellers, and the company is going to pull its shares and probably send it up a little bit, at least to 3. So I'll be able to break even on my trade, which would be great. But I'm going to hold it a little bit longer because I've been pulling out too quickly on my longs lately and leaving a bunch of money on the table. So I'm going to hold it for a little bit longer. AREC, I told you. Get it? Hey, RCE, I told you. Anyways. So it's running into that. It's truly on a $5 resistance level. But it's obviously can't break above that 270 or 570, I'm sorry, on AREC. And if we are honest with ourselves, we will look back and we will see that ARC has approached that 570 a few times with either support or resistance or consolidation top. So when the more things touch that number, the more significance that number has. So if it breaks out into the 570 range, then its next trouble would start at 615, because then you're in this massive consolidation up until 950. It's in the 950s of blue sky territory. So it seems like the company probably has some outstanding shares they're trying to sell at market at the top there, or even above 615. And people that have traded this before in February remember that, and they're selling off before it gets into 575. With a million share float, this thing should be zooming, like zooming. What do we got here, y'all? 3 cents a share locates on ZCMD. AREC, is it being shorted this early? What is our prices? 3.5 cents a share on AREC. Interesting. I think ZCMD and Huge are going to get the most attention, even though Huge is down 36%. There's a lot of bag holders from the pre-market because of the volume that was here. So we're gonna see that for sure do something. We're also gonna see ZMCD continue to push up because it is the leading pre-market gapper, up 82% and continuing to push pre-market highs. I haven't located it, not really rushing into that one. Maybe it gets all the attention, all the buyers, everything, and turns into a supernova. But I think it's much more possibility they're going to start dropping shares if they have any open S3s, S1s, or warrants. So I don't think it's going to go super dupes high. I think it's going to struggle bust. And AREC, we already talked about that. I don't know. Anybody else see anything penny stock wise or large cap wise or, weird? Do we see anything? Do we see anything? My criteria is just not even here today. I don't see it. I don't see it. You can check on some other ones from yesterday. What was the other ones? Let's check on the ones we've been checking on lately. So we got INVO, kind of a 30-cent dump from yesterday. We got ANPC, kind of a 70-cent dump yesterday afternoon. That was interesting, but there's light volume, right? So it didn't really make sense to take a trade on it. XTNT a couple weeks ago. Slow fade down. It's not worth a long time hold. What else were we looking at? BNGO, because that's a cuss word in my opinion. Finally, it's selling off and going downwards. Yesterday was a good short on it. Wow, $1 short yesterday. 960 all the way down to bottom was something around like 850. What else we got? Lately we had ANCN, I think is what it was. Yeah, ANCN was yesterday. ANCN right now is not even showing up that it's an active. It's weird. That's very strange. It's like it's halted. Oh, it merged. That's right. I forgot. So they merged with CMMB. So let's look at CMMB. CMMB is now an 88. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that $60 range. Wow. And then it split this morning. Wow. That's nutto. That is nutto. Can you imagine shorting that? Oh my geez. 160 down to 60 in a couple days. Wow. That's what is this the market short? You can market short it at 100 and cover at maybe 80. Interesting. Let's look at this. ANCN merged with this company. That's why I'm looking at it, by the way. So they're just trading with big money. Yeah, I don't even know how to trade that. Not on that. I'm not on that level. Maybe if you remove one of the zeros and you just move everything over, then I can see a little bit better. But that's interesting. So ANCN that I traded yesterday completed the merger with CMMB. So people are duck or their shares were converted over to CMB at probably fractions. And it's already sold off this morning. Wow. Wow, look at this on the 5-minute. 100 down to 88. It's a 20% drop. That's crazy. Down 5% or $4.3. See, when you play with things that have bigger dollar amounts, they do different types of moves and stuff, and moves around and stuff like that. We have AREC is fighting again at the 75 level. I don't think it's going to do the thing it's doing. Is that my buddy? Is that my buddy? You can't hear me? Why can't you hear me? Oh, hold on. Turn on camera as well as pumping. Let me. Where's this button? This button is gonna go to. Hello? You can't hear me? Weird. Wonder why. Hold on. I got Yunsky jumping in here. But yeah, I can. Hello? Hello? Uh-huh. But you can't hear me talking to you. Interesting. Stream can hear me, right? You guys can hear me on stream? Well,
yeah, YouTube's fine.
no, we have Yunsky on the
But I cannot
YouTube.
hear you.
I'm pretty sure it's your audio. I think. Wait, hold on. Let me look at this. If I do this. Yeah, because you see on Discord how the little window is lighting up green and
No,
a
it's your audio.
little box around it. So click on the little down arrow beside the microphone where it says mute and check your output device to see if your output device is selected on the earpiece like this. I'm pretty sure you can see what I'm clicking on the screen, can't you? See what I'm talking about? This one. Do you see it? You see what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
I can. Hold on.
All right. Can you hear me?
Speak. Yes.
Hey, was I right?
Yes, you were. My bad.
Wow. Now I hope I'm right with my stock pick today, brother. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. For some reason, you're sitting differently today, so I need to wait. No,
Sorry.
no, you're fine. You're fine. I need to move.
Let me center myself.
Center yourself. Did you do yoga this morning?
I don't do yoga.
Well, then how can you center yourself?
I meant in the camera.
I know I'm messing with you. Okay, so let me change this. How was your headstands today? You doing it yet?
Yeah, well, working on it. I tried to do a push-up handstand,
Uh-huh.
and I got like a quarter. Then I thought, no, I'm gonna lose all my strength and then collapse onto my head. So I propped right back up.
Very nice. That's good though, dude. Like I go about halfway
Oh,
down and then halfway back up. I'm
that's good.
fixing the camera sizes real quick. I
While she's doing that, I checked Huge
hmm
and ZCMD are the only potential plays today. Do you see
yeah.
anything else?
AREC is just gonna get a bunch of people stuck in it, so it's gonna be a distraction for most of us today. Not most of us, but the regular people. Um,
Yeah, that's okay. I'm staying away from that one because it's not gapped up enough for me.
it's only a million float. I'm staying way away from it.
Oh, then another reason not to touch it.
Yeah, I think huge is gonna be our 420 play. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Are we gonna make any puns today?
I thought we
No.
already did.
Any more puns?
Probably.
I feel like the ticket has huge potential for it.
I feel like it's going to be a huge win for me based upon the number of shares I've located.
Do you have a badum on your um thingy?
No, I just have
Your
that.
stream, I think?
Oh, you,
Oh,
you
you should
can't even
get
you
it.
can't even hear it, can you anymore? You don't hear it. I
No.
gotta, because my desk mic is running through the Stream Deck, which is running through the voice mod, which creates the little mute button for me, rather than having to use this thing. Because I did buy an extension so I can have you in just one ear, like a news prompter, rather than having to wear these, so I can have my ears clear and not be like succumbed. But my microphone was sounding scratchy yesterday, so I have to wear my headset today. So it's like I'm a gamer trader, which is very strange.
Okay. I'm just reading the chat. Um,
I gotta. I'm gonna send this to you in our watch list for you to check it
yes,
out.
you need to post that.
I'm gonna say that. That's all I got. That's all I got. Yeah, so I figured. I figured that as well. Um, that's another reason why, like, my average right now, dude, is $3.
You're long.
Yeah, I'm long. I'm long with size too. Like,
It's curling back up.
I'm not worried. I know it is. I know it's gonna go to VWAP.
Okay, okay.
I, like so. Check out the range, right? Typically, whenever something causes me to panic, it's a 25 to 30% range, plus or minus, right? Well, I started my position at $3.07, and I started just averaging, building around there. So now my average is $3 right now. So I know if as VWAP comes down within 3% of where my number is, because 10% of $3 is 30 cents, right? But it's 12 cents away from my average VWAP. And then the bottom of that was 280, which is barely at 10% away from VWAP. A lot of traders will use percentages when the dollar amount gets so cheap, right? I still use the dollar amount because in my head it makes more sense. So I'm not worried about this until the 260 level or the 330 level. Those are the two, like at the other side, where it can actually move 20%. Make
How would you
sense?
be worried if it's gone up to 330?
Because it's
Isn't that a good
overextended.
thing?
It's a shoot up there. Like,
Mm.
if not, if it slow grinds up there. If it slow grinds up there, I'm okay. But if it shoots up there, it's not a good sign. If it stutters at three, let's pull it up on screen.
You almost break even, by the way.
I know.
I'm watching it curl up.
I was thinking about adding more down there, but I was like, nah, I need to leave some buying power available. So I'm watching it curl as well, because if you look, AREC had taken the buyers from it, and then ARC wouldn't go anywhere after it went up $1.50. So they came back to it and they're like, well, this one at least moves when we put our money into it. AREC just goes,
Mm-hmm.
doesn't go anywhere. This is what I talk about with those hidden sellers and stuff. As a hidden seller sitting on AREC, and people are just gambling it away and not understanding that obviously he's just dropping shares into the market to increase the float, because the float is only 1 million, and typically things that have such a low float, guess what happens?
We don't like them.
Correct.
um,
Yep.
I was gonna say Huge has a bit of resistance, but it doesn't. I mean, it has some historical resistance, but the volume isn't super high. But the volume is, I think, as long as it doesn't come in strong, and I don't think it will, too strong, then it might be a good short.
Well, we got 10 minutes to the bell, and I
Yeah.
can see ZCMD is breaking again pre-market highs. That's why I haven't located it still, because that's a big rule of mine.
Whoops. I'm gonna delete that message that I just sent in Discord. I thought you were gonna. It was in the pre-watch list. Sorry.
I did too.
But yeah,
Whoops. My bad.
it's approved. No, it's fine.
It's approved. My
It's good
bad.
anyway.
My bad. I'm supposed to post things to Yunsky to check my spelling in pre-watch list for admins only before I put them in our actual watch list on Discord. And
Wait. Not just the spelling. No, I'm not a spell checker. Because
I was seeing if you were
oh,
going to catch that.
no, it's to make sure that we're aligned on the same plans. Like it maybe Ben missed something and the float was like really short. I'll be like, no, don't post this. This is super low float. It's dangerous. Don't we don't want to
Yeah.
risk it.
We only like the
That kind of
danger
stuff.
zone when it comes to music.
Do we have some lo-fi music now?
That was for the hold thing. Do you want that to play just all the time while we're talking? Can you hear it on stream right now?
I can hear a voice, I think.
You can hear a voice. Can you hear some dope
I can
lo-fi
I,
music?
no, I can't hear any music. No, I was saying to Zach yesterday that I think we should try out having the music in the background really, really low, just so there's not like static zero noise when we don't speak or whatever. And when we're on BRB, then you can turn it up.
Talk for me real quick.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Check it out. Let me know what you think of that.
Check out what?
Thank
Who
you
do we have
for
watching today?
what's that?
Who do we have watching today?
I'm not
David.
sure. We
How you
have
doing,
four
David?
people watching. One of them is probably me. I think one's David, but I thought he was bouncing off. We got some more people watching. Shout out to chat. Thanks for stopping by and stalking us. I appreciate it. Hopefully you're seeing some good stuff that you can tell me what you see, and we can put some money on it together, and we can become diamond hands, not paper hands. This is live trading with Yunsky and HiveMind. So in about 5 minutes, I'm gonna probably mute my mic or just stop talking as much, so y'all can jam out, and we're gonna call out plays that we're getting into and talk about what we're doing. I thought I saw something blink. No. Okay. Then we got three on watch, guys. We got AREC just to watch to track some data on that because obviously there's a big wall up at 575. I want to see what that's going to do. I'm not touching that for a short because it's only 1 million float, which is pretty yuck. That's insane. I saw that, Yunsky. I don't like that. Sorry, give me 1 second. I think tomorrow is going to be a massive, massive day for us because people are going to be sending money around. You know what I'm saying? Yunsky was sending money around for the stimulus
Do you,
stuff.
do you reckon it's gonna be instant, like in one day? Because I don't know. I get the feeling like people might not think Friday is the best day to start
Tomorrow's Thursday.
throwing it into Robinhood or whatever. Oh, in that case, yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Why did I think tomorrow was Friday?
I don't know. You're already excited for the weekend. Today's Wednesday. Little drop off of 7 cents from $3 back down to that 293 level on here, which was the bottom of consolidation. So as long as 293 holds, we're looking for a 310 push to a 323 test before the reversal is possible. But if that happens back to back simultaneously, when you flash through it, I'm thinking we're going to touch 343 before the short smacks it in the face. So things we're watching, guys, girls, I don't know who's in the chat. Watching Huge for what I just told you about. Watching ZCMD for whenever it's done. This could also be a potential midday perk play. It's constantly broken pre-market highs. I'm not rushing into this one. And then we're watching AREC just to see what's going to happen on it. The 570 level is pretty yucks. And the 805 level on the daily is another daily level. So obviously we're going to be sitting here with Huge on our charts, looking around. Let's check out AMC is at 313, GME is at 219. It's
Yeah, GME is about to. Oh, it did break yesterday, high of day.
Yeah, it broke out of consolidation. As yesterday's high was at right at 218, 219. And it just touched it. So GME could have a squeeze today, y'all, because it is on SSR as well, just like AREC. Both of those are not happy trades. Huge is also dipping down again, so I'm expecting a flash down and a panic sell-off downwards. So we got 3 minutes to the bell. If you see anything, chat, that pops up before I say anything, holla at us, please. But momentum scanner is showing ZCMD leading the charge. Obviously, it's 82%. Countdown 2 minutes. Be safe. It's a very weird day, y'all. There's a lot of volume pre-market that we haven't been seeing on slow days, but nothing's really gapping up. So I'm expecting some type of... I'm really expecting something strange to happen. There's obviously buyers here. There's obviously buyers in the market. It's almost like the market maker's not here.
Well.
What's that?
Yeah, no, a lot of buyers, a lot of volume. It's just are we seeing a lot of equal amount of sellers or shorters, or are the buyers just selling?
I don't think the market makers have started yet.
Yeah,
50 seconds. I'm thinking Huge was hit by short sellers just now, thinking it was weakness after that run up. So I'm thinking that we have shorts inside of Huge that are going to get squeezed because Huge is the third one down on the list at 38%. The same thing we saw yesterday on that other long that I took. This is the same type of thing, and I didn't hold long enough yesterday, so obviously today I'm going to hold a little bit longer, which means I have the potential to lose a little bit more without the potential to make anything else. 14 seconds, y'all. Be safe today.
Yep, good luck, guys.
ZCMD huge, doji huge, reg doji. Yeah, huge is just broke 3. Touching VWAP about to. Touched VWAP, massive candle, 1.6 million volume. Panic sell, 10 cents at the VWAP. Nothing to freak out about. It's only 10 cents. See it? The 10-second, guys. 20 cent. No. What was that? About a 20-cent rejection, holding 290 again. I took off a little bit at the top there, obviously, because that's a smart thing to do. And they're dropping shares into the market, causing a panic. Are we going to come back up? Talking about huge. It's holding that low. We're going to get that pop.
I think was pre-market consolidation, guys, getting up.
Yeah, me too. ZCMD is struggling. And it's looking pretty nasty. Looking pretty nasty on huge. Nice, it's holding. ZCMD is getting the attention right now. What's our cost on ZCMD? ZCMD, I'm waiting for the backside to short it. I just located it. I saw that coming.
Yeah, ZCMD is what I expected from Check and the other ticker yesterday. Where those, like, this is going up. That's what I expect from this kind of volume. But those other ones, they just died, which is super weird.
Yep. 100% agree. Huge is holding 280. ZCMD is holding 380. So we got a $1 difference on both of these when we're going to take a loss on one and we're going to take a win on one. Which one is it going to be, though, Yunsky?
Yeah, I think it's too early to tell.
Oh.
Oof.
That, unfortunately, is not a too early to tell sign. That is indicative of something else bad happening later. Talking about huge is just dropping the face it just did. 270, but I've seen this.
I'm expecting some kind of a bounce.
I'm expecting something as well. I mean, this would be the very rare thing. If huge doesn't get any bounce, then this is the rarity. But typically I've been cutting too early on these false down panics, on these breakdowns, and I end up leaving money on the table or losing money because I'm cutting out too soon. So I'd rather just wait for my stop to be pulled, take it off the table at that take the loss, follow the plan fully, and then I'll be okay. Does that make sense?
I got you.
Follow your plan. If you lose on your plan, you're good. You planned. It's almost impossible to be right all the time. ZCMD may be done. Momentum may be shifting over to huge now. There's the curl starting at the bottom there on huge. You can see it on the 10-second little curl at the bottom. So it found its stuff right above, yep, right above the $50 mark. So we're good. Buyers are playing with the 5-minute charts, it looks like. So let's figure out what they're going to do. AREC also is holding 5. It's what I expected when it's a small float like this. And ZCMD is curling up back up to 4. You gonna break back in your 5-minute candle? $5.29 is blue skies on it, but its float is a little too high to be a firework. Is a good name for that, right, Yinsky?
Firework? You talking about supernova?
There we go. ZCMD just showed its cards. Did you see it? Did you see that card we pulled?
Yeah, I just don't think it's done. It's still too early.
Showed its cards though. Buyers are going to transfer over now. When it gets that close to VWAP, this is high hope speaking too, that buyers are going to transfer to something else because everything is showing down right now, and they're like, man, I have to do something. How's this lo-fi music working for the stream? This guy's making you chill out a little bit.
Oh, is it only available for stream and not me?
Yeah, I can't give it to you.
Okay. Let me check it out. I like it. Very chilled.
Is it too loud or is it soft?
No, it's fine.
Okay, good.
Here's a curl up on huge.
No panic, no fear. Comes the crack on ZCMD into VWAP. VWAP crack is good sign because then the reversal happens on one of the other ones. I think AREC might get squeezed a little bit.
Huge is on its revive.
Shorts are being closed out. Late shorts to the party at the 280 mark are sitting there. As soon as one of them gets test to pop, it'll pop over. because you can look at the 1 minute chart on Huge to see. Check out the 1 minute chart. You can tell that this was one guy selling off and shorting, so the other shorts came into here on the miss. So as soon as this comes back up above to 185, these shorts are going to get popped, and it's going to shoot itself up to 295, which will show strength, which means a buyer can take it up to 3 real quick. But we're at 280 now, and waiting for that short to pop. Million share green volume candle coming up. Sip of cold coffee. We're going to have a fake out probably in a second on ZCMD. Huge needs an ABCD setup to be able to trap some more shorts that thought they were late. The FOMO shorts hitting it and getting in. Nothing else is popping up on scans, man. CVU hit the high day Momo scanner for 660, but it's on the gap scan, it's only up 31%. So that's typical range for a day. That's not going to move anywhere. SSKN, not SSKN. SSKN is what I'll call it. Skin is 34% at 255, but that's not even high enough for a short to enter. Here's exactly what I said on Huge happening. Look at this, 285, 286. Wait for that short to get popped and shoot it up to 295 to test that $3 mark. Remember, $3 mark not only is my entry point for my long, but it's also now VWAP. So we'll see. There's some more shorts hitting it, obviously, taking it down another 15 cents. And if a long is paying attention to it, they will know that this is the perfect time to hit it. So we'll see. Wasn't a double top, so this, and didn't break low, so it's still an ABCD pull. Oh, thanks, Victoria. You like lo-fi, chill-fi, low step, chill step? What's it called, Zach? Zach's the one that found this playlist and sent it to me. I like it too. It's definitely the type of vibes that I like to hear. Mr. Zachary is online as well. I didn't even play it last night, man. I got on the computer after, went for a walk and a run. No, wait. I had a phone call that was awesome last night, and then I came downstairs to turn the computer on to do my charting on my platform, recap stuff, and then I just completely forgot to work on the microphone.
I feel left out. I want to hear this lo-fi stuff.
Hold on a second.
I hope it's not copyrighted.
I hope so too. I mean, I hope not too.
That would suck. Chill step.
Oh man, I don't think Huge is gonna make it. We'll see in a second. What am I sitting at? I could. I don't know. I'm still just kind of like, meh, I'll just wait. Does that make meh? It hasn't done much. Like it's kind of just like a meh play for me still.
Yeah, I mean it's still early as well, so we're only 13 minutes.
By the way, I am in ZCMD.
Nice.
Oh, there's the curl on AREC, means the buyer showed up over there. Let's pull this up so you guys can see what's happening. These are the Robin Hooders that don't understand that there's somebody stopping it at 70, so they're going to try to take this dip from 525 up to 70. If they can get enough traction, they can probably get it, but then they're going to get smacked in the face, and someone's going to be holding the bag at the end of the day. Hopefully that person holding the bag is not you. Float is 1 million. Yes, you are correct. However, there is massive resistance at that 570 level. This does not make any sense to trade that. Huge needs to curl. We still need this curl coming off of this 70 and to go back up if it's going to stop a bunch of shorts. It could be turning into a 5-minute ABCD pattern, which could be a lot better to turn into the 420 pattern for the midday perk, which would make it time frame around 10:30. Take a breath.
So ZCMD is fighting support at pre-market consolidation, which was around pre-market high. So keep an eye on that. We know what happens if it doesn't break PM
Yep.
high quickly.
Yes, sir. I am getting rid of huge.
Yeah, what a letdown.
Bummer. How much is that loss? Only $600. That was a really good average I had. Really happy with that average. Now watch it go up. It's okay.
Yeah, no, right?
It did. It went up 5 cents on that sell. That's funny. It's okay. If it goes even, like, I mean, I'm really hoping for it turns into my 420 play. Like, I'm really hoping that that one does, or I get squeezed a little bit on ZCMD, I get closed out, and I get that one to the 420 play. But today is Wednesday, so I'm watching this higher day Momo scanner pretty closely for the mid-tape perk play for that to happen. Yeah, what was my loss on it? Only $600, dude. That's insane. I had so many shares. That's good risk management, y'all. That's really good risk management. Sizing, adding shares when it's lower, sizing down when it goes higher. That's good. Averaging out. I won't take a short down here on it, even though I have shares located, because it is too cheap. It does not make sense. There is no range for it to be left, so it's not worth it. No, we haven't done anything like that, Zach. I haven't. I kind of began to think about some of the stuff that we're going to be posting on the socials to be using that thing, but I really think what's going to happen is we're going to have to sit down on like a Saturday morning and really map out the entire direction that we want to take it, because I want to kind of automate the post or have some type of format that is easy to read and follow, so it doesn't take too much of anyone's time a day. To do that, I'm going to spend majority of the time focused on anybody that's in our Discord that wants the help, that has a question. I want to spend time focusing daily on that, and like kind of just a weekly plan on what to send as marketing material for other people. That was a lot of words, so Zach can digest that in a second. Look at this, man, 277. It's okay. It's going to do this. I'm huge. I'm happy with my cutout, though. Still going to watch you for the short. And check this out, y'all. AREC did exactly what I said it was going to do. Went up there. Went up there. It fought those guys just now and came down. These Robin Hooders didn't know what they were running into. So we're going to try it again. The same thing on ZCMDs we're fighting over here as well. ZCMD, they think they're gonna attack the VWAP, but you can't attack the VWAP, and you know why you can't attack the VWAP? Because there's people that didn't get short yet that would hit the VWAP at this point. Yeah, 100%. We're gonna need to do that. That's kind of like the little bell that rings on what's this thing called, YouTube. Whenever we go live.
Wait, you forgot the name of YouTube?
Yeah, I did forget the name. So just to give you guys a quick update, we are not professional financial advisors. We are just people here that are trying to make you laugh with puns of huge jokes and tell you about how much money that you could potentially make if you chose to do certain things. This is meant to be for your entertainment and your entertainment only. Now, that being said, I am in ZCMD short. Obviously, if you didn't see that trade, you should have probably joined the Discord to see when we posted about the entry point. But I got in that trade, almost top ticked the first entry, waited, full sized on it, way above VWAP. So what I'm thinking that this one's going to happen is this is a safe space that you would take some profit here. I know it's early, it's not even 10 o'clock yet, and I'm telling you it's a safe place to take profit. Here's the why. Yunsky and I both believe that these things, when this much volume, which is 80 million shares of volume before 10 o'clock, have a bigger chance of reversing whenever this massive short that hit this thing gets out of it, right? So there's a bunch of volume here that's already happened. Nasty, nasty levels of volume. So if it doesn't flash down below 3, which is the pre-market consolidation top, in about 11 minutes, it's safe to take out some profits because then you're going to see a tested VWAP again. And as I say that, we're approaching 3. So we're going to find out if there's going to be some support kicking in here. There's a bunch of green showing up on the level 2, y'all. 302 had a nice 20,000 share buyer, but that could have been a short covering and doing the short best recycling program. GME at the same time is cranking up still. If you took that trade from 216's dip at the open, congratulations, you have made $10 a share. AMC, wow, guys. I'm gonna bring up AMC real quick. This was another one that I briefly spoke about, but wow, wowzers. So
it looks like this is still a sympathy play off GME, which is weird because it was acting quite independently to GME in the past couple of days. It had some very specific news about their branches opening up in California in a couple of days. So, but the guys that are getting the stimmies early, maybe they're thinking, oh, GME is still related to, AMC is still related to GME, so maybe they're throwing it in there. So we'll see.
Yeah, I agree with that. Anybody getting a stimmy on it is probably going to be diamond handing it. Hey, Zach, write down that timestamp. I want to record that he and I both said stimmy.
It's a cool word.
Oh, what is this? Okay. I mean, everybody likes their cup of tea in a different direction. Everybody has their right to their own opinions and their own things. So you can't be mad.
Sure.
By the way,
I forget.
Yep.
On ZCMD. I said Z. I meant Z.
I know. I was like, oh my gosh.
No, to add on what Ben said as well is it's usually good to take some early profits on high volume tickers which have gapped up. Was this top of the scanner?
It still is.
Top, right? Yeah, so especially those ones, right? Because we know how easily and quickly those can just reverse just like that. Mm-hmm. So if it's dropped a little bit, what me and Ben normally do is we kind of anticipate a bounce. So we take some profits early in case it doesn't bounce and it goes straight down. But we know that it's very rare for something to go straight up without a pullback or straight down without a bounce. So, it's a safe kind of strategy to use on any kind of trade. And if it does bounce back up to VWAP or whatever, you can consider adding back in again, or because you've taken some profits already, if it's scaring you, you can just put it all out.
So I took out a fourth of my position, and I'm anticipating a VWAP test to add. My average is still way above VWAP, so I don't have any fear with taking a little bit out here. Get it? That rhymes. But I took a little bit out.
You're so proud of yourself.
It didn't break 3, so I did fill at like 308, 312. I filled at 312 because slippage, which is fine with me. It's still below my last ad spot when I went full size. So, I mean, whatever. It's at 307 now. It's 5 cent different. 5 cent different isn't that big of a deal, especially when you're still have a lot of shares in. So, I'm still looking at this as a recycling program thing, but I will definitely
huge buy at 3.07.
Yeah, I would definitely consider something more closely in a little bit on it. Right now, it's just I'm going to let it just hang out. On huge, though, we need to talk about this. This is something we don't see very often. So it's very rare that this happens on this specific pattern for it to die off and go down. Typically with this specific pattern, even if you break your pre-market lows, you would usually get a push back up to test pre-market highs. It's very rare that in the morning this would continue to just still dump. and it is. So I sold off, lost a little bit on my long, perfectly fine with that, and did not go short because it wasn't at my target entry point to short it. It was only at my target entry point to cover my long. So yeah, sometimes this is why you can't be right 100% of the time in your take losses just as a regular trader, because things like that happen. So huge is kind of off the list unless it can approach back to high of day, which would be 310 at this time. So I'm gonna keep my shares available because I still believe that it could do something after the morning annoyance gets out of the way, but the volume has already died down on it, so it's kind of unlikely. ZCMD is continuing to have a little bit of a struggle bus happen here. I think we're going to see a struggle bus until the consolidation of $3 breaks. It can't go back above 320 for some reason. I'm not seeing much of an issue. Victoria asked about the Patreon link. I know we had C. Worley, David. I don't know why I want to call him Corey. Probably is my other buddy. Anyways, David was asking about that as well. He wants to be part of the team. I didn't send it to him, but isn't that in our Zach? Is that in our whatchamacallit doohickey? Our description? That's the word. Doohickey D.
Yeah, it should be there, but I think Zach's pasted it in chat. I think you can pin that, right, Zach? Maybe you have to be in the account of the channel.
I think what's important for you guys to pay attention to that's happening right now in ZCMD, if you're trading it with alongside of me, or if you're debating on if you should get in this thing, we have a consolidation band being formed pretty hardcore on this 1 minute, and then it's very important to know this at this time of day. So you see how it barely went under this, but it's mainly touching, what is that, 305, and then it's going back up to 319, 320. When it does that back and forth so hardcore, you have to be potential. You have to be very mindful of it going really hard through it one way or another. So if a buyer gets very annoyed and he's getting sick of the small little bounce of a what is that, Yunsky, 8%, then he'll drop in 1 million shares. You'll see volume increase massively, and it'll break out that, and it'll stop a bunch of shorts out, which will cause the panic to come up. The same being, if that same buyer gets annoyed the other direction and he's like, I'm done with this, it's approaching 10 o'clock, I haven't made any money on it, I'm done, and they sell their shares, it'll flash down, and if it flashes down at this point, we're going to go test the 290 level. So I say on purpose because that's kind of where we sit. We kind of sit in a little zone right here. It's not anything to be excited about. It's nothing to be worried about because it's not even a 10% movement right now. But if you step back and you take a breath, you'll see that it's not going above 320 in the past 10 minutes, and it's not going below 3 in the past 20 minutes. So you have to take a breath and be like, all right, take it from a strategy side. If I want to take this under 3, if you're shorting it with me, you want to take this under 3, what do you need to do? Well, you need to wait until all the other early shorts fill up the basic Bs, and then you hammer it. You hammer it at the last minute, and you cause the panic of the basic Bs to sell off their shares, and then your shorts will win. However, if you're trading this long against us, you ain't stopping me out because my average is so freaking high that I'm just going to sit here and laugh at you. Also, some other big shorts that I know are much higher than I am, and they're not stopping out. So good luck if you're long. I really tip my hat to you. I'm not going to lose money on it. Are you going to lose money on it, Yunsky?
Hell no.
I lost money on huge. Not a huge amount, but I lost money on
Oh, here we
huge.
go. We still need to play that.
Still got to play it. Still got to play it. And by the way, this isn't a huge move that it did, but it is big enough
What?
if you
Huge or
yeah, huge.
is it?
Huge isn't a
Yeah,
huge move, but it's definitely worth a notation for the pattern of what is possible, because even if you hit the short, let's say you were able to top tick this. I'm not going to say you're perfect. I'm going to say you're almost perfect at 307, and you were looking for 50 cents only. You could have done that just now, right? But that
yeah,
would be a huge risk on something with
yeah,
very
yeah. Exactly. Uh, I didn't touch it because I would have to, if I'm managing my risk and I entered around 307, then I'd have to use tiny amount of shares because my ideal entry point was a lot higher. It was around 3.5. So that's why I'm usually okay missing these moves. ZCMD is curling back up, by the way.
yep 320.
Um, I'm okay with loot with not entering where it, where it did today, 307, because personally, how I trade more conservatively, I don't want to be entering at this kind of level for future patterns because I know that there's still more potential to go up, and it doesn't sit well with me when I'm being squeezed. I don't like it, even if it's a small amount. I don't like it.
Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. There's an active shelf reg. There's an active registration for ZCMD. That's kind of why I'm saying what I'm saying about that range,
Mm.
because I really would like you to get in here and take it even higher, because there's even a higher warrant offering available for it to crash down even further. So I would love for you to squeeze me, and then buyers show up and then run into the company and give us more money because they didn't do their due diligence. Thank you for sending me that. I appreciate it. Appreciate the love. So real quick, because we've talked about and side reference twice now the Discord we have. So we've created a Discord. It was kind of the brainchild of the three of us. Obviously, the mechanic in chat, Fortuna Yunsky, and I. But we wanted a place that would basically vomit out information when a person asks a question. We obviously learn from a bunch of different gurus and a bunch of different strategy people, and we have friends that are much more richer than we are with a lot more knowledge than we have. But our goal with this is kind of to help others answer those questions in a more I don't know, unified approach. That's why we call ourselves the HiveMind Trading rather than just my name or rather than just Yunsky's name. It's not about me, it's not about him, it's about the collective. And when the collective gets together and moves a direction, you can actually move that direction further. For instance, if you knew the exact entry point that I was getting into or whereabouts that I was looking for, or even a safety entry point, the collective buying power of 10 individuals is gonna be stronger than one person trying to go in by themselves at one number. It's the same thing if you have, let's just say, 5 people with 4,000 shares is a 20,000 share position. The one buyer that has a 20,000 share max would be equally taken out because he probably wouldn't have sized in all 20 shares at the same time, while all collective minds could. I say could because I'm never going to tell you my exact entry. I'd always tell you a range to be safe. My goal is for you not to be stupid and not for you to lose money. Yunsky's goal is for me not to lose money.
I don't
And
want
he does
anyone
a
to lose
very good job of that.
Yeah,
So,
no. Just to add on that as well, I think it's we're not claiming to be gurus. We do have some experience. So what what we've learned from our experience, we feel can benefit people who are starting out, but actually even people who've been trading for a lot longer because they can see the perspective from our side and maybe learn something, learn a style or mindset that we have when we approach a trade. And when we talk about creating a hive mind, it's we're open to learning as well, right? So it's sort of the reason why we don't want to be seen as the gurus and followers is we want to keep our mind open to what other people are learning. They will see things differently to us. David or Victoria will maybe see kind of pattern and say, hey, look, I see X, Y, Z happen 100% of the time. We need to start learning this, and it's kind of creating that kind of community together where we can learn from each other like that. And
Yeah,
ultimately, like Ben said, if we can all enter a trade, uh, not at the same point, but around the same area, we're ultimately helping each other, because if I'm shorting a ticker at one point and Ben shorts it another point, Victoria shorts it, and David shorts it, it's going to be compounding and then help to push it down. So ultimately, the goal is, well, not necessarily the goal, but definitely a benefit once we get enough people. We're able to make a dent in a trade together.
I also like the idea of other strategies. I like to trade. I like to trade different strategies. I like to potentially learn new things and do new things. I'm not stuck on one direction. I'm not directionally biased. I do obviously have my preference when it comes to directional stuff at times of day and certain patterns, but when I see a pattern that makes sense, it just makes sense to use that thing. Like most of the time I've been seeing and tracking pre-market consolidations, like huge, for example. This is why I talk so much about this one, because this is very important. I see a lot of pre-market support like this end up going up to $450, $465 area. It's very strange to me that it didn't, but whatever. It doesn't happen all the time. But I won't. That just doing that won't change my focus of buying on the pre-market lows. So, like I said, directional. I buy. I also sell. I also hold long term. We also talk about how to spot long-term potential good plays. Yunsky and I both bought Roblox on the day it opened, and we saw the potential for it because we like the company. Now, if you just look at this chart that it's done already, it cranked out. We got in here around this consolidation zone, and the next day it already went up by $30. It's a huge 50% gain. Yeah, of course it's going to come back down and find its way on Earth again. But Tuesday, what was this? Today's Wednesday. Tuesday, Monday was the ad spot, and I didn't get the ad spot. Didn't get any ad yesterday, and look, it's just continuing to go. So we also talk about IPOs because we don't have a lot of data on them. Thanks, Zach. See you later. And we just want to learn more, to trade more, to make more money. Not directionally focused where we only ever do this one thing or ever do this one pattern. Some patterns obviously have a higher winning percentage, so I'll put more money on certain patterns. But typically, not too risky. So check out GME. Hit that 230 mark, which was what, PM high yesterday? Yeah, and then rejected it down $20. See if that math works out again, Yunsky, that we were talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
On the momentum shift one?
Yeah.
I can't use it yet.
Okay. AMC is, I guess it's a 40-cent pullback, but it's not too substantial either. Check this out. These people aren't paying attention. So
high lows on AMC and it's on SSR, so it's one of the stocks which has conflicting factors. So SSR, higher lows, gapped up, or bullish signs, or bullish factors. Resistance, quite a bit of resistance around the 14 mark. So that's a bearish sign.
There's only one bearish sign though. Everything else you said was this bullish.
That's fine, but we know how effective resistance can be. It can impact. It can easily switch the mindset of the bullish guys and think, okay, here's a point to sell. I've made my profit, whatever.
Right.
So usually when it's conflicting like that, it's probably safer to stay away. Yes, you might enter and get a decent win from it. But I mean, you can track it and find your winning percentage, but I think it's going to be close to 50-50. So it's a
Yeah,
gamble, right? I mean,
it's not for me. It's not for me. It's not fresh with resistance. I took this thing long, like I said, back in January, and it was beautiful then. AREC, remember what we talked about? Robin Hood is going to get in and keep trying this stupid thing. They're going to keep trying to break out the pre-market highs, which is why I told you it wasn't a short in my book either, because it was incredibly yucky. Like it's no range.
yucky, good one.
Yeah, yucky. No range on it. Massive resistance at 570 that you can't see on level 2, so you really don't know what the resistance is. Million share float, huge market cap, and a solid 50-cent range with 46 million shares of volume. It's gross. That's gross, y'all. That's really gross. So I'm still watching it because I've just been watching it all day. That's what I wanted to do. I burned $100 on the huge locate, so I'm still watching it all day. And I say all day until I'm confident that I'm going to take my profits out of ZCMD. ZCMD, if it keeps on retesting, it won't go back up to higher highs, but you have to watch out for that volume. What was that? A 2 million candle at 310 that broke it down. You can just keep your be right back. Switch cameras real quick for him. Pull ZCMD up on charts real quick. You see a little bit of curling here. $3 is the next important spot to watch, but slow grinding could do it. Or this could just be shorts covering to recycle again. This big one here is 2 million shares down at what was that high? 309, closed it at 296, so it's a 10-cent down candle. The range has potential because technically you can look at these levels, like 250, 252 is a good pre-market low level, and then if you're really thinking it's going to be donezo, then you can look at a 207, but that may be too much. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking to Bunchinsky. So, interestingly enough, we had this top and tail just form. You know, you can't see it because for some reason my wicks aren't showing up on my candlesticks, but it really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. 3 and 305 is the more important thing. We're going to jump over to SPY to see what SPY is doing in the meantime. So we're running flat. The daily on our S&P 500 is just screaming upwards. I mean, that's a pretty drastic, like that didn't even happen. Like if you SPY S&P 500, if technically you bought it right before the dip and you didn't panic out and you're just like, whatever, it'll take me a year to come back. You were right. You were right. It took you about a year. So a year didn't exist on the stock market, but now it's going still. You see the trend line? It's like it didn't even happen. If it would have just like flattened and then resumed, it's about the same impression I get on this. I was watching these pullbacks to see what was happening here, but they didn't do anything. So, all right, let's jump over to some blue chips real quick. Anybody got any blue chips that they are watching for long-term stuff that they want us to talk about for them? AMD is one of my favorites. I talk about them all the time. I have the processor on my computer. I love them. Yeah, kind of a flat morning for y'all. Interesting. Right on the day, but it's flat. Doesn't really make sense. GME is curling. mRNA's sold down. Check this out. AREC gamblers. See that rejection? Look at that. Told you. Come on, y'all. Stop trying to stop trying. Obviously somebody's up there. Obviously. Look at that. Right back down. It took you that long to climb up there, which was what? 30 minutes, 25 minutes, and it took you 5 minutes to drop back down? Come on. If you're going to do anything, at least short it when it hits that 570 level. Like at least do that. Eventually, at the end of the day, you're going to finally break down and flush down, but it's going to be a very long haul of annoyance for you all day long. What else we got? Ooh, Tesla's doing something again. Everybody likes a Tesla. I watched this funny parody about stock traders, and all they trade is Tesla. It's like how many shares do you have? 1/15th. And Dogecoin and Dogecoin. If you guys are trading Dogecoin, that's pretty dope. I don't trade Dogecoin because I don't trade crypto. ZCM. Are you? Here we go. Can you do it? 285 was a consolidation point. Let's see. Kind of early. You're red on the day, and you're failing red. Whew. That's the crazy part. No one. It doesn't make any sense. Today is a short day. What's that? IRECI? Is that what you said? AREC? Yeah. It's possible because GME is, you can't have many shares, so the volume doesn't look too apparent. Buying that dip at 216 kind of made sense if you were looking for $1. Like, I don't know, man. Like, also, what I come to realize is percentage of gains, right? Like, I'm looking at a 40% gain on my investment today, which is nuts, right? When GME people are looking for a 2% gain, or most investors over the year look for a 6% return on investment. So, I mean, I can't say they're gambling because then they wouldn't want to join our awesome chat and be friends with us. If you call a fat person fat, he doesn't want to be your friend. If you tell a fat person he's lost weight, he wants to be your friend. If you tell an addict they have a problem, they don't want to be your friend. If you tell an addict that they're doing a great job staying clean, then they want to be your friend. Right. But positive reinforcement. It's like a child. Positive reinforcement. Even if you do something terrible. No, that you can't. No, you can't be supportive of the benefit, but you can say, "Hey, man, I'm really glad that you didn't buy a bump from that guy yesterday. I'm really glad that." What? Oh, well, man, I'm maybe next time share. I don't know. At least 2003. Keep finding positives. Maybe he was gonna actually just buy the guy's stash to flush it down the toilet. Sometimes they do that. So if you see huge here, huge is still going. Sometimes you don't take the trade even though you have the shares located and you're okay with it. And I'm really okay with it. Yeah, but it's totally an outlier, right? Like, so my entertainment advice is I'm still not going to short this even on the backside when I like to short things on the backside because it's a very outlined pattern anyways for it to do what it's done so far. So it doesn't make sense to even try to bottom feed this thing. Like, even though I could potentially make it move, when you look at the level 2 and you see how many buyers and sellers are literally still sitting on level 2, it's like, what are y'all doing here? Like, go somewhere else. Go be done with AREC, or just leave it alone in ZCMD, or go YOLO your life away in GameStop and AMC. All of those rhymed. What do we call them? I said, don't gamble your life away. Yeah. Oh, I do. I do know what they call themselves, and which is strange, isn't it? I wonder if those guys are actually short sellers. People usually like to see flashy stuff. So, oh hey, you know what? I am really sorry. I've been talking to him off screen, you guys, and I keep looking over at the screen. I'm like, why don't I see him on my screen over there? And then I realized that when you came back from being away, I didn't put you back on screen. So I apologize. I'm smiling about it though. I think the Diamond Hands people have a specific point to make to the world. I don't believe that I think they slightly squeeze the hedge funds. I don't think they really touch the hedge funds' money. Um, and the reason why I say that is, how quickly we pull all stops, right? Like, we have math, we have our money, we have our risk tolerances and stuff like that. So I don't understand why hedge funds, if you shorted GameStop at 10, why would you not cover at 15?
I mean, I'm gonna speak from the point of view that I have never worked in a hedge fund and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the strategies that they use. So we don't know how committed these guys are into a company stock going down. If it was what percentage of it was shorted? It
120.
was over.
I think something
Yeah,
stupid.
so
150 maybe.
so that is quite a commitment and belief that it's going to go down, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if it goes up, these guys with so much money, are they? I reckon they're going to add at some point as well.
I think they added at 500.
I mean, that's the thing. The people who have the most money, they are the ones that win in the end. So if they have the money to keep on adding and adding and adding, they'll eventually win.
Well,
And
I
if they
just think
did,
of
I
it from a
mean,
standpoint, if I had a couple $1 billion and
yeah,
I had a
a
hedge
couple
fund.
billion.
What?
You say it so casually, like yeah,
Yeah.
just a
If I had
couple
a couple
billion,
billion, so looking at it from a standpoint
easy
like that,
peasy.
I'd still pull my stop and I wouldn't tell anybody because those papers aren't updated instantaneously, right?
Yeah,
Who's talking to me? Someone just messaged me.
yeah, I commented.
You should message him. You should tell him hi. Um, anyways, saying like let's say your stop's pulled. Let's say I'm being greedy and I shorted at 10 and I'm stopping at 40 and I start selling out or whatever. Well, the news is already going. The diamond hands are already going because they think they're already pushing up, right? They think they're already doing the short squeeze, but really they're just buying against each other because the float was incredibly low on GameStop also, right? Not just the short interest is high, but the short interest isn't updated daily. It's updated only weekly. So the shorts could literally, institutional owned, they could literally close their position out. It goes up, short again, because they
Yeah.
don't have to update any paperwork, right? Because they can actively trade their account. So then it goes down again. They make profit. They do repeat the process, and then they can even switch directions and buy it long to take it up without telling anybody, and then reshort it at the top, which is what I think happened when it hit that $500. I tell you,
Mm.
man, when I watched that thing drop from $500 down to $100 in a matter of a couple hours, there was no stopping that. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks. That was a massive amount of money that somebody shorted it. It wasn't somebody, well, it could be somebody selling at the same time, but it was a short. It was a big nuke button, and they proved the point. Like, I really do believe hedge funds proved the point at that point, and this is what it really taught me is that more money you have, the more money you make. Period. You, the more money you have, you can just, like, for instance, we could get $1 million, and then we go to the penny stock market, and then we would be kings of the penny stock market and only play OTC penny stocks because you have the most money in the room. You can move the market in which way you want to. At the level we play at, obviously, what we know for small caps, we're not the big players. But what we are trying to do is just ride the waves. Take other people's losses that they don't know how to trade and just effectively be better. The way then you get to levels like some of these other gurus that will just show up and trade one specific pattern with $2 million and make $1 per share, then walk away. So you have a couple of different things. I'm watching ZCMD at the same time. I see your eyes getting pretty apparently close to that thing. You see what it's doing though? Approaching
Yeah,
victory.
I thought it would be doing this action at 3:15 where it was.
Yeah, me too. But it's right on time.
I'm
It's 10:30.
Yeah. There you go.
I told you. Oh, I told you. Oh, that whatever I figured out with those three timelines, three time frames, is huge, man. Like there's key things that happen at those timelines. I don't know why, but something else is happening behind the scenes, and just recognizing that, for lack of a better word,
Also, I think,
pattern.
yeah, I think as well, because we know there's a lot of trading being done with machines, right? So they will be doing certain calculations and they'll be playing off each other. So what we've noticed is a pattern within that, and it compounds as well when because not only us see it, actual real traders see it and they react to it as well, and they think, oh, maybe because what it dropped to what 10:28.
27. 3 minutes before 10:30.
Yeah, exactly. So if I knew it was going to drop at 10:30, or I suspected it would, I'm going to sell. I'm going to sell now.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just compounds, right? The more, and that's what we're talking about, the HiveMind. The more people noticing the same thing and reacting to it in a similar way, the more of an impact or a dent it's going to make on the ticker.
AREC is also doing the same type of thing that you're having buyer support down here at $5, or right around $5. So it's not it's technically it's a short here, it's a long here, and it stays between that. And if it varies between those things, then it's probably going to quickly come back to it. And we may be having that happen now if it
Are you
breaks
planning
down under
on
285.
are you
Oh,
planning on hitting AREC?
no.
AREC? Okay.
Mm-mm. No, there's potential. There's a potential of 40 or 50 cent profitability on that trade per share, but because of the float, it doesn't matter in my opinion to
Yeah, too
touch it.
risky.
Yeah, when the float's that low, like an institution could say something like, "Oh, we're going to buy this," and it's on SSR, so you're going to have really poor executions at the same time. So I don't like that. I really do still like ZCMD. It's going to crack again here. There's going to be another punch down. That was the first, and these are the dip buyers, and then you're going to have another punch down through 285, and then you're going to stagger around. What is that? 260 area, which is the 30 cent down drop, which is again 10%, which is highly likely because we're red on the day. So we're just going to slowly slide down ZCMD, even though it's showing green up 60%. It's red on the day because it's opened high and gone down below it. Very, very unlikely for this thing to recover from a red to green move on a daily perspective, unless they drop super good news. But they aren't, because it would have already happened. Because 10:30 is a news cycle release time that it didn't happen. So here's the curl back up to test the 3 where it
Yeah.
just cracked it beforehand, and any late shorts are going to cause a slight squeeze. So I'm expecting a $3 test again, because there were shorts. See, there were the shorts then getting squeezed out on that candle. That's why it was so big. 500,000 shares. Other people closing out when it couldn't break down to 285 because they didn't see belief in the candle or the belief in the ticker. There's a back test to 3. Steps in the sellers at $3. If you're watching level 2, I'm just calling play-by-play right now. Whole bunch of sellers at 289, 288. Not a whole bunch of buyers. Sellers are overwhelming buyers on the level 2 right now. And you're still seeing a flood of red when it touched 3 just now. So with those things combined, I am going to put up, I think, only Yunski if this button works properly. And I'm going to go get some water and mute my microphone for a second. Yunski, I don't think you're going to have background music on your thing.
No worries. Yeah, no, I can't hear the music.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Can the stream still hear me? Stream, can you hear me still? I think Victoria's still here. Fortuna's gone. David, are you still there? How's everyone doing today? I'm the new and improved host. No one really likes the other guy, to be honest. I don't know why he's here. I think it's because his webcam is better than mine. That will be it. So I will comment on ZCMD. The curl up that it's doing now, I thought I knew it would happen at some point. Okay, no, I didn't know. I was expecting it though. I was expecting it to happen around 10 a.m. around the 311 mark, because that's where the pre-market consolidation was, which is pre-market high, and those support levels are usually quite strong. At least it takes a while to break it, but it took 10 minutes to break that, and now it's curling back up. So we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised if it goes up to VWAP and then dies. But we are entering, I don't know, it's kind of, I want to say we are entering a colder market, but it's probably too soon to say that with all the stimulus checks coming in. So definitely today is the action of a colder market. So where we
But the
see
volume.
Yeah, but I mean, it's all about the price action, right? Because if it's going up and up and up and up, then I can say, okay, we're in a hot market. But because the volume is high and it's not gapping up so much, then how I read that is that the buyers are selling as opposed to the short sellers are in it. If that makes sense.
So why do you think the buyers are selling right now?
In general, or you mean at this mark, or
In general, like why do you think the buyers aren't hanging on as long?
because I feel there's no visible momentum happening to satisfy them. And it's kind of like what we said about us, if we short at the same point, it's going to push it down. If a lot of buyers keep on buying and they keep seeing the momentum going higher and higher, and those guys come in and buy, then they complement each other and just keeps pushing them up and up and up. And feel like they don't have faith that they are there. That's why they're selling it. Maybe they also, I mean, I'm sure they also see that things aren't gapping up too much as well. So they feel like the market's cooling down. So if I was a buyer, I would think I'm gonna play it safe today, right? And sell early.
Yeah, I think everything was super early today though. Like we didn't even get a 9:45 pop. Like kind of did on Huge at that 285 pop, but then it just died. Like that didn't even...
What is this company's real name? Why are they called Huge? Like, what's their ticker name?
Huge?
I mean, what's their company name?
Huge is FSD Pharma.
Does that make sense to anyone?
Does to me because it's a huge name. Get it? No.
I think it's running a bit old now.
He doesn't like my joke.
Canadian Toronto.
Canadian company. We have a Canadian in the chat. Give it up to the Canadians in the chat. I like my Canadians in the chat. Good peoples.
I love Canadians. I think they're the best. Sorry,
they're the best.
Sorry, Europeans as well.
Well, I'm Texan, right? So I apply to none of what you're trying to insult.
I'm not American. No, I said Americans and Europeans aren't as good as Canadians. So
what if the United States split into a non-United States?
Part of it will be united still, right?
I don't think so.
So then we're gonna say the states. You mean 50? How many states left? 52.
Think about Korea. We used to call it Korea, and then we called it North and South Korea.
That's not a good comparison.
What if they call it East and West America?
Yeah, they might do. Or USA 1, USA 2.
I like that. Oh, because there's people that don't want to be USA 2. They would call them USA A and USA 1. Because America's number 4.
I thought you were going to say USA A and USA B. USA B.
USA B.
Oh, no, you should split into 3 so you can have USA, USB, and USB-C. No, I was trying to make a USB-C joke. Yeah.
Here we go, the VWAP, like Yuski was talking about. Volume is increasing, but that's typical for this time of day. If we see a repeat of what happened yesterday on a ticker, then we're going to actually see a 360 again mark. Do we remember that ticker from yesterday, guys? Do we? Nobody remembers? Yunsky doesn't remember because he's not telling me.
I don't think anyone's here anymore.
Sure they are.
Watching us then?
Sure they are. You're here. Even if nobody's here, I'm still talking like people are here because eventually there will be people there and they'll be like, yeah, we're here, we're paying attention. And some people are
I like our audience.
You talking about me watching you and you watching me? You like the audience?
You're a part of the audience, yes.
When you're talking. All right. This is what I'm talking about. This is what happened yesterday. Same time frame. Also, we saw this little bounce come up. So we came back to half of our drop. So I am anticipating that we could potentially see the same thing on ZCMD when impatient shorts, you know who you are, start closing out and not waiting for the whole move to flush down. We will see this, if this is possible, if it passes through VWAP. So if it passes through VWAP, are still be green on the day, not as high green, and I'll probably close out some, if not all, and look to re-short on the highest bounce possible. But we got to break through 315 pretty hard. And that may have been it. That may have been the top there. Somebody else sold off their shares at 315. Followed up by a giant red candle behind it at 310. Technically, I could add back to full size here because this is pretty close to where I covered it the first time. Beep, beep. Short bus. But it's on, what did you already say? It's on the knife's edge?
Knife's edge, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate it when it's on the knife's edge. It's not good for my nerves. When I'm in a trade.
Nope. No, but SSY did fail back down. Oh, I wanted to show you this. Are you looking at stream still? You can probably look at stream and see what I'm talking about.
Yes.
So you see my blue line?
Just be a delay.
Yeah, but you can hear me. So blue line that you see going across the middle of the screen at 453, that is target 1. Target 1 for the drop is pre-market high. Target 2 for me is consolidation of pre-market, which is 250 or 351, right? Actually, I'm sorry. It's not drawn. That's drawn on a different chart. Drawn on a different chart, not drawn here. Consolidation. Wrong color. Wrong line. Well, now you'll be able to see this in lifetime because I'm taking so long to do this. There it is. Pre-market consolidation. Blue line, $4. Okay, that's target number 2. Target number 3 is now the low of pre-market, which is 310 area. Okay, so we haven't hit 310 yet. So this hasn't dropped its full drop yet. So what I'm expecting this to do, based upon the tracking that I've done recently, is I'm expecting this Friday to gap up back to 550 area, and then go to pre-market at 5, and then at the bell spike up to 6 and die off back down to 3. That's what I'm expecting. Maybe with those numbers not proper, but it hasn't moved its full range all the way back down to where it's supposed to be at after its initial move from 2. It's overextended still. So I think this would be a Friday play. That's where I'm getting at.
Yeah, good. Could do that. I don't have much to add. I see where you're coming from. I'm just not too familiar with those kind of plays, but I see the logic.
You're like, I see what you're talking about, but I have no idea what you're talking about. So
no, I'm gonna keep an eye on it.
And as I said that, look what just happened. Just whoops. Sorry. Let me go back to looking at something else. So do you like trail mix or Chex Mix?
What?
You like Chex Mix, trail mix?
Trail mix.
Do you know what
People
Chex?
will help me understand what these Americans.
You don't have Chex Mix?
Chex Mix. Okay.
Do you like dried fruit?
Yes,
dried pieces of banana, dried cranberries.
I love it.
Pistachios, cashews. You like cashews?
Cashew nuts.
Cashews.
What's cashews? Cashews or
That's how we say it down here in the South. Cashews. Pistachios. No, you never heard people talk like that? Well, you ain't been to Texas, boy. You know how people talk like that. We don't need to use them proper words, proper in English. We got to get this Chex Mix. You know what I'm talking about? No? Okay. Anyways,
Is that what you're eating?
so we
Is
have a
this your
thing.
breakfast then?
No, this is lunch. Dude, I ate breakfast 4 hours ago.
So you're eating cereal for? I mean, it's a snack, right?
It's a snack. It's a light snack.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I bought a bag of Chex Mix and from the store, and then I added a bunch of stuff that I love into it. So I added cashews, pistachios, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds, and I shook it up in a big bag, so I have a healthier snack rather than, you know, um, jelly
Junk
bellies.
food.
Well, I like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like jelly beans. I like little pieces of food that I can just put in my mouth and.
They're the most dangerous though, because you're like, it's only one tiny piece, only one more, and then before you know it, the half the bag's gone.
Yeah, or the jelly beans that I have, that's a giant jar. And it's like, oh, I have a lot of these. There's like thousands. And then you get a bowl like this full, and you're like,
Do you
that's
have it
two
in the?
servings.
Do you have it there with you? I want to
My
see.
jelly beans? No. I have to keep those in a different room, or I'd sit here and eat them all.
Yeah.
Gummy bears, though, those are my weakness. Man, I would sit there and literally eat gummy bears the entire time. See this? Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I could have
This.
added over here on ZCMD when I was talking about
Yeah.
it at that 3 level. I was like, I could add here. This is about my entry point, but that was the knife's edge, right? And I don't do that anymore after last week. I don't add on the knife's edge. I don't add risky. I already have a very
Good.
large size higher up, so there's no point in dropping my average down. If I get squeezed and I majority lose all my profits, I'd rather keep that add for in the event that it does go higher, because I know it's not going to go back to my initial entry point.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I was going to mention that because me, if I was recycling it, selling at the mark that you did, 3.1, there is a temptation to add back in because you think you're missing the move, right? But you got to control that FOMO, and I would be, and for me, it's not technically worth it still for me to add where I exited because I've gained and lost nothing, but I have a greater potential to lose more if it does go higher. So a safer add for me would have been testing VWAP.
See, I'm at the level that yes, that would be safer to add at the test of VWAP, but I'm more
You would have weighted
confident
higher.
and weighted higher at this point because of my share
that's
size,
fine,
though.
but
Like because of my share size. If I had,
yeah, I get you.
if I would have sold more at the bottom down here, like sold half, let's say, then I would have weighted higher to add the other half back in because I don't want my average to be such trash, like a trash potato, that it stops me out and I only get to take my profits from my original entry point or my
Yeah.
original close. Because we've seen these things in these past couple weeks do stuff like we've never seen before. This right now, to me, is the regular market that I know how to trade in. Things that aren't looking too crazy. Huge, yes,
Yeah.
is the outlier. AREC is definitely common. This is definitely common in all markets. Doesn't matter. It's holding a range of 70 cents, which is stupid if people are still even touching it because they can't see it, and if they can't see it, they shouldn't be touching it anyways. Like I said, huge is the outlier, but my projected target end of day on a short anyways was 250, so to go to 242 is like, okay, I was 10 cents off. Wasn't even 20, wasn't even 10% off. SSY is continuing down, so I expect a bounce tomorrow from this guy, by the way. AMC, let's pull him up real quick to see what's happened in the past 30 minutes on that. It rebounded off the 13 level, coming back up a little bit, but this range is still so small that it's not worth touching. GME, because it's everybody's favorite fanboy. Yeah, nothing. And then Tesla, because we're going to Mars one day. What is this? I like this news piece. Lithium, Mexican white gold in Chinese hands. What? I'm going to repeat that. Lithium, Mexican white gold in Chinese hands. Okay. So China is ahead of the fight for lithium, a mineral that, in addition to the enormous utility in the manufacture of computer cell phones apart from the military uses, has become dispensable to the company Tesla. indispensable for the company Tesla, sorry. Electric car ship owner and owned by Elon Musk. All thanks to the promising mine nestled in the Sierra Sorensen. I don't know what that means. 180 kilometers north of the northern border, rich in white gold of the future. Did China buy this? China will supply the raw material to Elon, while the federal government granted 100,000 hectares of the municipalities. Wow. Did they just give this to Elon? There are 10 concessions lasting 50 years to explore the white gold of the future. This is nuts. That's a genius plan. Like that's insane.
David's here. David, where have you been?
Oh, hey, look, David's back. What's up, buddy?
He says he misses us.
Oh, we missed you too, Jelly Belly, because he said super jelly.
We didn't go anywhere.
I got a snack.
I mean, yeah, no, but we didn't really go anywhere. But David, he's being silent. No one's responding to us.
There's a delay.
He's what was he working on this morning that involved oil?
His actual real job. Remember he told us yesterday?
Yeah, but I thought it was, what was it again? Like carpentry or something?
No, he used to be a carpenter and he switched from carpentry to some type of mechanical fixing thing. I don't remember what the thing he said he fixes. I thought he said something with technology, but then he said he was covering oil today, so then I got really confused on what he does.
Maybe he just casually drenches himself in oil.
Hey man, olive oil, they used to do that in ancient Greece.
I'm going to Google this. Ancient Romans and Greeks would coat themselves in olive oil before working out at a gymnasium / bath complex.
You think I'm lying to you?
Yeah, you're an American. What do you know about Europeans?
Obviously more than you.
True. After working out, they would have a slave. Have a slave. Don't you just miss those? No, we don't approve of slavery here. They would have a slave scrape them down to remove the oil, sweat, and accumulated dirt before proceeding with their bath. Okay. Athletes usually rely on chalk to soak up sweat and increase friction. Interesting. Things people used to do.
I think I would still do that, to be honest with you. Not the slave part, but
good. I'm glad to hear that.
Given the option, I think I would daily dose myself in olive oil, for sure. Like, think about it. I want to cover my body head to toe in a slippery substance. Go roll around in the dirt to be one with the earth, and then just scrape it all off.
There's no appeal for me.
What if it made you live like to be the oldest man in Vietnam?
I mean, there's so many things I want to question about that statement. So where do I begin?
You're like, I'm not even in Vietnam. I'm not a man. What? I'm just saying. Imagine if you could spend 30 years in the market, constantly learning the market, and constantly successfully profitable at our rate. Where would you be in 30 years?
If what I was still doing this?
Well, you will be, but just I'm saying yes. Like, where do you anticipate yourself going?
Do you mean like physically, or like?
I mean,
position
sure.
wise,
Like,
professionally?
I mean, it's not a hard question. Well, kind of is a hard question. Like,
Yeah, no, it is because I can answer it in many ways. But I think,
mentally,
I
financially,
mean,
spiritually, and physically, where do you think you'll
okay,
be?
I'll start off with physically. I think that's the easiest for me.
Okay.
I think I've told you before. I want to move to Vancouver.
That's why I'm gonna own a giant building it because I love Vancouver.
I know we'll
Like,
end up having streams in the same room.
dude, we're gonna have the HiveMind trading camp there. Like,
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
yeah.
In the heart of BC, in the heart of Vancouver, overlooking the water in the bays and see the whales jump through the bay, and we're like, okay,
Oh no,
guys,
do you not want it to be a little bit more remote? Not like super remote, but like just outside the city.
I'm gonna have that too, but I want people to be able to fly in and look at the like. What do you guys do? Okay, well, we're gonna take our Ferraris around the city, and then we're gonna park out front of the building, and then we're gonna walk up here and go to work today, and then we're gonna leave. Like, have you been to Banff,
Where?
Whistler, or Banff?
No.
Okay, so Whistler is this beautiful little town up the mountains that has this old school train ride. You can go up to Whistler Mountain, and during like summer months, because it's not snowing in the summer, you can go hiking and there's beautiful trails and a whole bunch of really cool stuff. And then in the wintertime, it's like snowboarders from around the world come there to
Yeah,
snowboard.
yeah. I know a lot of my friends went Whistler for skiing. So
I don't know if I can snowboard anymore because of my knee. I really don't think I'll be able to get back on a board ever. So I'll be on a one of those things.
Snowmobile.
There we go.
The old man.
Or I'll be on a drone. I'll be sitting there on a drone, flying the drone around while people are snowboarding. Like, yay, this is fun. They'll be like,
You should
what?
get yourself a wheelchair and attach it to skis.
That's a good idea. I mean,
Actually, I actually saw a guy I think he had no legs, and he had a contraption where he was technically on a single, so he would fit into this device that would be connected to like a one ski kind of thing, and then he had on his arms, they weren't ski pose, but they were like they were posed with skis on the ends of them, so he could lean and use them to turn and stuff.
okay. I mean,
Anyway, that was really cool.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
What if I get like a big? See, you need to use your knee when you snowboard. So, like, that isn't important. I guess I could brace the crap out of it and inject some chemicals into it, but I don't like shots.
Yeah. So okay, I answered physically.
Mentally. But you didn't really answer physically. You answered like
I did.
you said you want to be in Vancouver.
Yeah, that's where I'll be physically.
Are you gonna be able to do handstand push-ups by then?
Of course.
Okay, good.
So, what was the other one? Mentally?
Mentally.
That's a tough one to answer. I mean, because I feel like I'm in a good mental state. I think if I'm happy to maintain where I am.
Mm-hmm. You can always improve though. So if you had to improve one aspect of your mental state, what do you think you'd improve?
Patience.
Yes, good job. I like it.
Yeah, I think I can always improve on that.
I like it. Now spiritually.
Well, and what spiritually?
Yeah, that's another part of the Trinity.
I think it is very much connected to my mental state.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I'm kind of at peace mentally. I think that fits nicely where I would be spiritually as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We could probably have more talks about that, but mine is humility, increasing in humility and wisdom. I want that to be the forefront, to have more wisdom. That's my biggest prayer, is more wisdom, more wisdom, and then followed up drastically with discernment, to understand discernment in all things, not just one thing or aspects of things, and then humility. more like meekness or humble, being humble, and more things. I think that those are my kind of mental / spiritual goals, because it's kind of go flow to flow, flow to flow. And then also I would love to get back to my favorite hobby, but I can't do that until I live on a mountain somewhere. So one day I will live on a mountain with Elon Musk's.
Your favorite hobby is what?
Living on a mountain, doing nothing,
That's
meditating.
not a hobby.
That's a super hobby. You try to meditate for 2 hours a day. It's a super hobby. Sit there and zone out and just gone, and then you wake up and you're like, wow, now I'm a professional trader. What? Yeah, I see patterns and things, and I draw lines, and these lines go here, and then I see something over here.
I feel like you had a lot longer to prepare for that question. Your answers were way too quick and detailed.
That's because I think about
You,
them a lot.
yeah.
I just like that's how I think about them all the time. I think about tomorrow and like, what am I working for today? Because I don't want to just waste away what's been given to me. Because like I told you, I hurt my knee real bad. I was not able to walk for
Yeah.
a long time, and being able to walk again. That's why I ran yesterday, because I was like, oh, I can run. I haven't run in like 8 months. Oh my gosh, man.
Nice.
My knee's not fully healed yet. Found that out after running, trying to run. By the way, this little bounce here is nothing to be worried about on ZCMD. This is kind of expected from earlier shorts. The only time to be kind of worried about it is if we do break the first 5-minute candle, make a new high, and go all the way back up here. So I'm not really super dupes worried about it until $2.95, $3 area. It's still just a 15-cent, 10-cent swing, so it's still fine. I'll feel super duper more confident about it once it goes back down to like 265 for an EOD, somewhere around there.
EOD. Yeah.
Somewhere around that. But yeah, I think first step, bro, is to focus on the best you, and how you can be the best to others around you. And it's one of the things I learned is I can't help anyone until I myself am well. That's why
Mm-hmm.
the silliest thing, but when you're flying in a plane and they give you the safety briefing, it's like, put your oxygen mask on first and then help the person beside you, because they know it's like, you can't help anyone breathe if you're not breathing. Like, put your air on, then you help the person beside you. So I work on, how can I be better, not the best, but how can I be better so I can help others better. Nowhere near the best trader that we know, but I am consistent on trading. I am consistently profitable. Big losses usually set up for bigger wins, and bigger wins set up for overconfidence. So it's a really of a balance that I told you last week when I took that massive loss, and I was like, huh. I felt it, but I didn't feel it. I followed my plan. I followed my rules, and I knew it was
Yeah.
going to happen. And it's like, was I overconfident or no? Because I was still doing good, but I wasn't doing superstar good. And it was a Monday, and I knew Mondays were bad, and blah 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 blah. So I took it easy on this Monday, and I recognized the patterns. Like, beforehand, I probably would have seen AREC with the range of like, oh, this is $1.50 range. This is going to go down for sure. Instead of taking a big step back and a big breath and being like, this ain't going nowhere. Same thing with ZCMD. If I was being honest with myself right now, and I would give myself a timeline and say, all right, this doesn't crack 276 in the next 30 minutes, then I'm closing out and I'm done. Like, that's an honest assessment at that point, because we've seen how the afternoon midday perks of the shorts closing out causing this thing to go ramp back up. Currently, right now, we should be closer to the 252 level, or at least approaching that, and we're getting some buyer support at 280. So knowing that there's 3 time zones that I'm really looking at these days for morning trades that are I have a ton of data on. I'm watching those like a hawk. Afterwards, I don't necessarily care too much about what
Mm-hmm.
happens. I
Yeah.
don't at this stage. I trade from 5 a.m. to 11:30, 12 noon, right? That's a 6-hour trading day. Most traders will show up at 8 o'clock and they'll trade until 10 o'clock, 10:30ish, 2 hours. Or traders will show up at bell to bell. Well, I don't want to stay bell to bell. I did that a couple days last week, and I can see benefits. I can see patterns being formed. I can see stuff like that. But it's a personal preference deal, right? Like there's no reason to. If you know how to top tick ZCMD, and you know that your top tick will give you $1 profit on that top tick, well then you know how many shares to use. Or if you're not good at top ticking and you want to catch the backside move, which is what I did, then you don't size as many shares and you just look for the middle ground of the move. You're not a top tick, you're not a bottom tick. I'm just a safe profit guy.
Yeah.
Safe profits lead to consistent profits, lead to eventually you can try to top ticket your entry a little bit more, or you can stay a little bit longer. But if you do those two things at the same time, which is what I've done, you'll see more consistent losses because you're trying to figure it out. I've learned that there are 3 time zones that I look at for my profit taking or my dunzo and peace out. I also look at volume, and the volume on ZCMD is I do not like the volume on ZCMD, so I'm giving it 25 more minutes to tell me it's going to do what I planned it to do. And if it doesn't, then I'm just going to take my shares off the table and go home with my current profits that I have and probably go for a walk at the park. Not a run today, but probably a walk. And, you know, eat some more Chex Mix. Technically, to be honest with you, I'll probably work on some HiveMind stuff and a bunch of those little things we need to talk about.
Yeah, sure.
The
All right.
thing.
So because things are kind of coming to a close and not being as exciting anymore, do you want to look to start closing down the stream?
Yeah, I'm going to leave it open for another 24 minutes just
All
to
right.
keep my
I'll
ZCMD going live and staying focused on that until
go
11:30.
off then.
Yeah, you'll pop it off.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, you can be around later if we start talking about the other stuff.
Sure, sounds good.
All right, homie. Good seeing you. So now we're just gonna hang out. Another 23 minutes hanging out. Higher lows. Main thing I'm watching for to close this out is either it's gonna break down underneath 276 to make me stay longer and show me that it's going down, or it's gonna tap out and go test 3 again. If it tests 3 again, then it's probably a bullish sign, because in order to do that, it's going to need a bunch of volume. Just like this double top right here at 292 requires a ton of volume to take it out. So if we get this ton of volume, then yeah. So we're looking for a couple things. We're looking for a ton of volume to show up, which you'll notice down here on this volume candle, if that starts moving crazily. Or we're looking for flat top breakout. So flat top breakout is going to be there. Or a breakdown under 76. See how this lines up. It's pretty good, isn't it? 252 is a good exit. So we're waiting for it to stay under that. And we're really waiting for this to come down. Was that a 78 it has to smash through? So I would say a 76. Yeah, I made lower lows, so that's fine. This rebound needs to come back and go back down to touch those lows again. The direction is still apparent. So we need to get through the 76. So now we're just vibing out, zoning out with the cool lo-fi slow jams. Got it on repeat, so it's just going to keep on rolling through it. Seeing if anything else is going to pop up, us to take a look at, because obviously we're just going to be hanging out in this green over here. Draw Global, 26 million-ish public offering, $7 a share. It's bounced up to 11, came back down. Looks to be halted. Is it? JWEL. JWEL is halted at 850. It's very, very, very gross. It's very jumping all around. It's 24 million float. TCAT's doing some stuff again. Let's look at TCAT. AMC is holding its levels. Huge is holding its consolidation here, which is expected from that drop. And AREC is still holding 5, like we talked about multiple times. TCAT. Approaching highs again. What are you guys doing? What are y'all doing? Sorry, I shouldn't say just what you guys are doing. TCAT. TCAT straight up 1 minute parabolic. Interesting. It's on SSR with a 4.6 million share float. Its surge of volume was on light volume. Surge was from light volume. I don't like it. What else we got? IMTX, someone asked me about. I mean, kind of, but I didn't even look at this chart because it was a fresh chart. I don't like trading fresh charts. It's a $3 winner at the top there if you hit that. Impressive. Didn't touch it. TCAT's just bursting up with that SSR. Very interesting. AREC. Still that range. Still that range. SS Kin, what did you end up doing? Dying off at the 280 mark. Yeah, everything was a red today, huh? CBU, also a red? Wow, that was an easy trade. That was a dead giveaway, wasn't it? Super easy trade. Everything just kind of died and failed today. Very nice moves on that. That's bigger moves than was happening on ZCMD. Man. ZCMD is about to do something also because it's about 30,000 buyers and 284 as it was sliding back down here. So let's see if they give out or if they hold this level. I'm just really paying attention to the volume. It's the only thing that I'm concerned about. Who's buying and who's selling and how much size they have, what they're doing, doesn't really matter. It just matters if that volume shows up. Because having your orders placed there is not you doing anything. It's that you flexing. So, not worried unless you flex. Actually, punch somebody. that's rejection, pretty hard. Another one I looked at this morning was ONTX. What do we got? What do we got? Yeah, would have been a good long from yesterday afternoon, but I looked at this last night and I was like, it's too cheap. I don't have any data on it. Excuse me. Let's look at OCG from a couple days ago. Volume is not bad, not bad. I mean, it's already done a 60-cent jump up. There's no news catalyst on it. It is a recent IPO. Also, you can see from December. So the only resistance you're going to run into is on the daily. So what we can do is we can open up the 5-minute chart to anticipate where your daily stuff's going to be at. So your daily consolidation band, bag holders. Bag holders. Bag holders. Bag holders. There's the 281 of the, what is that? That is a 281. Man, I'm not used to trading stuff that's so cheap. 100,000 share buyer on 280. Let's see if he gets taken out by a seller. 282. See him? 40,000. And then there's another 65,000 sitting there at 280. Let's give it a second. Let's see if they flush it out. It's kind of weird that you're going to flex your size on level 2 at this time of day with that much size to be a buyer. That doesn't make much sense at all. So I'm just going to wait a second. This may end up being either a fake out and a fake crash down, or it's going to be a support that can reverse on that. And then it'll be an opportunity to close. No one's selling into him. No one's panicking the market orders into him. Let's see. Some baby, if you're looking at level 2, you can see the big guy, 32,000 shares, sitting there holding at 281. Then you can see his little friends below him, the 5,000, the 4,000, the 3,000, the 2 ones. See those guys adding, now it's like 40, 50,000 shares selling there, or asking to buy at 281. Either going to see a flush, he's going to remove his order and flush it down, or we're going to see another consolidation time frame for 12, 13 minutes before I pop it off. Nothing is worth it yet. So I'm going to keep that one up there, and I'm going to jump around on this one so y'all can at least keep an eye on it. Perry's on SSR. Vel, VYR hit the scanners. YVR hit the scanners at 280, not worth it. Zkin's hitting scans. It's on SSR also. I don't want to touch these SSR ones today. I'm not in the mood. Last time I touched SSR, I got burned. I don't want to play with that. I'd rather just focus on things that are just a little bit easier to play. What else are we looking at? WL. That's really expensive. Nothing, nothing. Oh, IPDN. What is IPDN doing? IPDN 20-cent bounce, 300,000 shares of volume. That's a potential. SSR though. Yeah, let's look at the daily. IPDN just had a bunch of volume on the 1 minute. No news. Daily, what are we looking like? Daily resistance around 4. Consolidation up here, 450. Couple up there at 530. Actual market 555. You can be moved down to the 481 to catch that. And really I want one more 350. So now that I have those, now we look at this. What have you done lately? Lately, you stuck some people at 350. I already got that marked out. A little bit under that too. 338. You're approaching it. I like you up above 4. Huge, just cracked down underneath that support, going lower, 238. Still would have been a decent trade for 30 cents now. Didn't expect it, didn't plan for that. So it's still going. Here's the 280 crack. There we go. There we go. Time frame is still active. Time frame is still active. Let's see. I need you to 260. I see your sell-off volume. 76. Keep going. Dip buyers are, I know, dip buyers are engaged. It's okay. The big ones got full. Don't close out your profit yet. Wait for the green to start. Don't be scared. Just wait. You're going to lose 2 cents. It's okay. If you do it too early, if you close out too early, you're going to cause it to go back up to 85. Then you're going to screw yourself. See, now you can sell out some 280 because there's a whole bunch of people that have stacked their sell orders, which is the buyers that are upside down now, and they're starting to put their order out there in case anybody else is buying. So what happens after that is this next drop. I can't stream level 2 to you guys, but I'm hoping you're watching level 2 as I'm telling you what's happening, because it makes more sense that way. So here's the 276 guy, 14,000, with a couple of his friends. More sellers than buyers still. We still got red on the tape. So there's a closeout now at 278 happening. That's why we staggered here on the 10-second. IPDN and TCAT are both going higher, but both are on SSR. 5-minute volume on IPDN is looking appropriate for what that type of pattern is, but I don't like it. Don't like the fact that it's on SSR. OCG is getting a lot of attention too on SSR. I think these are some traps. I'm going to avoid these. I did close out some, by the way, down there before this bounce, because that's when the closeout spot was happening. So right here, I'm not worried about this. This is because more people are closing, obviously, with the volume. If this candle approaches 292, then I will probably just close all of it and be done for the day and be happy with my gains. But I don't think it will. I think it'll go back down now, because the short sellers closing out caused the buyers to think it was going to go back up, causing the buyers to buy some more. And now they're realizing that it's not going any higher as they buy more, so they're going to start selling off to average down their position again, and the cycle repeats itself. See what it does. Oh, this song's fire already. I like this. This is good. Lots of things are firing off on the scanner right now. It's like people are just jumping around with the money, putting places. Don't be alarmed. Don't chase it. It's not worth it. None of these are correct. flat. All right. It's that time of day, y'all. It's that time of day to be thankful with what you got, to give back what you don't need to give back, and to take a step back and say goodbye. So it was a great morning. Thanks for hanging out. Closed down ZCMD. Didn't see anything else that's really looking like it's going to be a good midday perk afternoon play pattern. Typically would have seen something a little bit by now happening, and just it's nothing's doing it. You got a couple things running, just doing crazy stuff, but it's on SSR and it's a slight volume, and it's very not a clear direction on where it's going. So I'm going to shut it down here, and thank you very much for hanging out. I will see you tomorrow morning. I'll probably be on a little bit earlier because it's Thursday, and Thursdays and Fridays are some of my favorite days of the week. So actually, Wednesday's my favorite day of the week because I got church tonight. But have a blessed day. I'll see y'all later. Bye.